Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycat Live. What's up, guys? It's Tuesday, January 27, 26. That's January 27, 26. It's 11:23 in the morning. It's 70 degrees house. It's 70 degrees in my house, as you can see, on a Tuesday at 11:23 at 70 degrees on 1/27/26. What's up, guys? I love you. I just started this video 5 minutes ago, but piece of shit, brain dead, cocksucker software developers with no clue how to do anything at all continually disconnected me off OBS and only OBS over and over and over and over again over a 2 minute period. It just went disconnect, 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 and I'm looking at a full blown like video game and television run or YouTube video running, and it's like and the software developer is telling me that OBS is disconnected, and I was just like, no, it isn't, piece of shit software developer. Your soul and your skill and your ability to do anything correctly is completely disconnected from reality. That you're the one who's disconnected, not me, piece of shit software developer. Not me. As that's what I have to say about Microsoft, is I hope for the death of their company and the prosecution of their CEO for child sex. And you fuck me, you disconnect me 15 times for no reason. I'm going to call for the toppling of Microsoft and, the prosecution of Bill Gates for child sex. You fuck me, I'm going to try and fuck you, piece of shit. Don't fuck me anymore. And on that note, we're going to drop it off the big screen. It's a beautiful day. The software developers aren't involved. Everything's beautiful. And we move on and we'll get past them, past all the software developers and the oligarchs, funding ICE and killing us and all the wars that they start in their software where they tell you that you're disconnected even though you're not. And, all that stupid ass shit. Fuck the software developers. Fuck them and their stupid, worthless cocksucker asses. And that's how I'm going to introduce the video, too. If I didn't get fucked every day by them constantly all day long as they front the cost of doing business onto the consumer, I wouldn't yell about them, but they do, so I call for the death of Microsoft right at the start of the fucking video. You fuck me, I'm going to fuck you. Microsoft won't be around in 5 years because of this stupid ass shit. I know they won't. So I call for the death so it happens faster. Fuck Microsoft and their stupid, feckless, worthless piece of shit, fucking low skill, no IQ, fucking fuck everything up in the world asses. You know? Oh, sorry, just getting started here. Let's go on to the YouTube and, oops, I forgot to start the YouTube. So, dur, 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 dur. Oh, I'm gonna tilt my television screen. Yes, here we go. Tilt my television screen. Turn on the lights. Tilt over that way. Good. Kill all the lights in the house. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm gonna bring this over here so I can do other work on the side. I will take a look. Okay. Yeah, we looking okay. Now, gotta make sure that my stream and my kicker up. Yep, okay, we going to work here. Sorry about that. Just getting everything done. New squid tips, new high guard. Dog raises a baby squirrel and gains the BFF for life. The Trump and his goons are starting to crack under the pressure of anti-fascist resistance from the Humanist Report. Another crappy fucking, Stardew Valley slash, another crappy 2D isometric ripoff game. Walls meets with Borders our homeland as Bovino exits Minnesota. Calls Alex Preddick killing a very sad situation. Yeah, the death of the Republican Party, it is sad. You guys worked so hard for this and then you threw it all away for some fascism, you stupid piece of shit, worthless cocksucker. I'll see you bleed in the streets, you fucking stupid, worthless fucking traitor. YouTube looks to get rid of fake AI videos on its platform. No Rest for the Wicked keeps getting better. I guess we'll watch that one. It seems to really want me to watch that one. Are you going to buy that game? No, I'm not going to buy fucking No Rest for the Wicked. No. The cult of conservative Christianity. The debt cult. You mean the debt cult? China just purged its top general. Okay, that's everything that we're gonna watch. Now we're gonna load a game. I just don't know which one. I guess it'll be 76. Yeah, we'll do the. I think the weekly's reset today, but I don't really know. It's Tuesday, and I think that's when they reset. Yeah. Okay. You are not broadcasting over my headphones. Bring it back. No, bring it back. No, bring it back. And you should be, but you're not. Are you muted? Yeah.
I'm AJ. Well, hello there, fellow revolutionary proletariat. I'm AJ.
Boy, I wish Bethesda didn't do this stupid brainless shit. Alldayerrydaybaby, free for limited time. Sanctum of the Moth bundle. And Mothman Equinox at the top of the hour in the next 2 weeks. That's in half an hour. Double score weekend. And then 29 in 2 days. It'll be a double score weekend. So Mothman Equinox all in the next 2 weeks. Why is this sound so fucking bad? It's breaking out. Like you're not even tapped in on the right clients. What the fuck was that? It is something weird. Something's weird is happening. Is it that? I think it is that. Replug these headphones. What the fuck is going on with you, piece of shit software cocksucker? What the fuck's wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Everything that I've done today has been interfered with by software developers. There you go. No, you're fucking up really bad. You are breaking up like you're. Jesus Christ, what the fuck's your problem? It's something to do with the connection. What the fuck? What are you doing? What's going on, man? The piece of shit software developers are sucking so much dick today. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm at 550 MS. Why are you acting like you can't get the song well enough? You're fucking stupid, you stupid piece of shit. Fuck you, assholes. Now what? You're just muted now? The fuck's your problem, man? You gonna play it all? You're not. You completely busted. Just get out of the fucking room, you stupid piece of shit, cocksucker failure. Fucking software developers and their fucking failures.
Well, hello there, fellow.
Now I don't have any sound at all. Why? Why? Why don't I have any sound at all? You're so fucking stupid, piece of shit software failures. How long do you think you're gonna keep your companies like this, you pieces of shit? You can't even keep fucking sound running. How long do you think you're gonna keep Microsoft? You aren't gonna keep Microsoft. You're gonna lose it all.
Proletariat.
Jesus Christ, I can't even change sound files now. You're so stupid. You fucking failures. You know I didn't tell you to go to those headphones.
I'm AJ.
Fucking stupid piece of shit software thieves, thievery corporations, fucking child sex rapists, fucking Bill Gates cocksucker.
I'm back for another update to talk about 3 main things. After the execution of Alex Preddy, which is yesterday, basically like 24 hours from where I'm standing right now.
They don't like lesbians and male nurses. They're capping them in broad daylight and laughing about it. I would like to kill them, but I can't because you guys still have some semblance of like normalcy still. When the normalcy is gone, I'll show up and I'll fucking kill these fucking effing pigs as they kill lesbians and male nurses. You know what this is about. It's their sexism and their racism and their piece of shit death cultism.
Now, I am here to...
It's like sooner or later, the normalcy will be gone and I'll show up and I'll start killing them. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry.
Deliver another update on the tactics.
It'll take 50 Alex Prettys before you wake up, I think.
And
We're already at 2. We're already at 2, and it'll take 50 of them before you'll wake up, and you'll just act like a normal person and let me kill these fucking fascists.
some ideas for mitigation strategies.
This machine kills fascists, and I'm not fucking kidding either. I hate them more than Nazis and rapists. I'd like to kill them right now. I can't because we still have a semblance of normalcy. I treasure the semblance of normalcy, and I don't want it. I don't want it to go away. But waking up to worse and worse fascism every single day as you kill lesbians and male nurses and shit, I don't really want it. I'd rather just kill you.
And just kind of a lot of observations and things to try to assist.
I'd rather just full-blown eliminate the right-wing party before they start another Nazi Holocaust. Is that weird?
And assist people that are not in Minneapolis, protect their communities, and prepare to experience what Minneapolis is experiencing right now. You know, a lot of people are talking about like, don't Fed post, you know, and I think that is a good idea overall. If you're speaking out into social media, you should be speaking something that is directly going to encourage or increase organizational capacity and ability to defeat fascism. You shouldn't just really be screaming into the void, which is what most people. Are doing on social media. We need to step away from political hobbyism. They want you arguing on the internet. They want you screaming in the void. They do not want you taking the tips that I have here, spreading them into your communities, and beginning to utilize them to defend yourselves. And I don't know about you, but I am interested in spiting these motherfuckers as hard and as many ways as I can.
Yep, me too. Suddenly everything's working correctly because I restarted it 17 times. Piece of shit software developer, I can see through your fucking failures. I can see you lie and cheat and steal right in front of me, and we will come. And one day there will be a final call. Stop fucking lying, piece of shit software developer. Stop lying. One day there's gonna be a final call, and I'll fucking force you to bathe in your own blood for the 40,000 hours you've stolen from me restarting computers in my lifetime. You'll bathe in blood. Your own blood. I swear to God, you will. You think you got away from passing the cost of business on to the consumer? You didn't, motherfucker. You didn't. You want to talk about a Fed poster?
And to be clear,
I'm talking about let's kill every last software developer in the fucking country.
There are no investigations.
You keep thinking the homeless people and the druggies are the fucking society's, like, you know, virus that's killing us. No, that's software developers. Software developers stole 99% of the world's value. They sit on it in their houses in the fucking hills. Software developers are the real vermin that are destroying mankind with their virus. It's called greed from software sales. It's killing the world. Am I wrong? No.
Happening with any of these killings now. I don't know who these people are. You know, I can't, there's nobody's been named. So like, I don't even know if it was an ICE agent. Like, this could have been one of those random gangs that are roaming our streets in masks and like hurting people under the guise of being law enforcement. You know, that's happening all the time. So for legal and like accountability purposes, everything I am talking about here may be things I have observed with supposed ICE agents, but really what I am talking about is a cartel of illegal activities, things that are happening that are not legal, that are being done, extrajudicial killings. That's who all these tips are for. None of this is relevant to really anything even happening to my country. I'm talking about fucking Mexico. In America, if you don't turn this off right now, you're going on a list for being associated with me. And I'm not an expert on all things, so if you've got great ideas, put them in the comments. I got connected with somebody after my last video talking about gas, and they put up a whole like explainer in my Discord now. So join up, let's get organized. I don't want to dwell on this because my anger and sadness motivates me to take action. That is what makes me feel better when I am taking even small steps forward towards preventing horrible things in the future. But just to be totally clear, what I saw, which I only think is really relevant, because we're not doing trials anymore. We're doing executions. Effectively doing court of public opinion. So here's my public opinion. What I saw was a man operating as an armed observer, and then when he saw an ICE agent push a woman down into the ice, he attempted to help her up. And they saw that as, getting in the way of their investigation and a reason to escalate. So they then
And shoot him 9 times unarmed in the middle of the fucking street in broad daylight like a fucking gangster. And yeah, we're gonna destroy the right wing over it. The Republicans are killing themselves. You won't be around the next year. I'll fucking be certain of it.
Escalated, and some of those dipshits started using their pistols and hitting him. And I'm sure one of them just negligent discharge, popped one off accidentally. They all run and scatter like the cowards they are, and realizing that Alex is more dangerous alive and wounded given what just happened, they execute him in the streets in order to reduce their potential for liability and be able to just kind of move on. The administration is doing exactly what they said they would do. They are defending it full-throatedly. I think it is clearly a massive waste of time to listen to people like Kristi Noem and Trump and Stephen Miller blather on and make excuses about it. We know what they're going to do every time. So the question is now, how do we operate in a world where this is the standard? And that's what I want to talk about. So the first thing to know is that ICE has adjusted their physical appearance. Their primary goal now is to blend in, whereas initially they were trying to appear as an overt military force. You appear as the military force because you want to stoke intimidation and authority and legitimacy. And now you're more in secret police mode officially. You think about the SS and how they looked, people were intimidated by them on sight, but people in America were never going to be intimidated by ICE the way that the Germans were intimidated of the SS because we have a lot of guns. So at the end of the day, we know we can put them down the moment we absolutely have to. But two, the SS were known for being very conniving and surreptitious and insidious. They were intelligent. People feared not just them physically and their cruelty and their violence, but their intellect. And nobody thinks these fucking dipshits know what the fuck is going on. But yeah, they're wearing more ball caps and sunglasses. They kind of just look more generic Chud-like, that dude with the goatee that we've all seen a million times. But even some reports of them carrying the ice whistles with them to deceive people. And this goes along with the adapted tactics they're using with their vehicles too. So these deception tactics designed to keep them more under the radar and difficult to identify from activists extends to their vehicles.
I wish they were forced by law to wear their brown shirts so we know who they are.
Just kind of random garbage or trash on the dash, handicap stickers or other things hanging from the mirrors. The goal is to make it look civilianized, not a military or conflict vehicle, not a government vehicle. And they're even going so far as to contract with local businesses. And if this happens and we identify this, we should be contacting that local business, making sure they're not a collaborator, and then ensuring that they don't offer that up again. It's dangerous for their vehicles too. People are throwing giant ice chunks and shit at these vehicles. They're getting damaged. They're getting harmed. Yeah, they don't want that. I just want to note is that these people are not good drivers. They are, goes up with the general incompetence. But there have been situations where they don't leave a car in park, or they pull somebody out without securing the car and it goes moving down the street, or they miss and they launch into the stratosphere. This is really a huge threat. And I really encourage people, if you are around ICE at all, to really be very wary of what their vehicles are doing, who is in them, whether more vehicles are coming. Obviously, they're also utilizing their vehicles as weapons to surround other vehicles to break them down in order to capture people. Everybody is scared, but understand that there are specific people that they are targeting, and they are targeting generally those that are seen as vulnerable in some way. Something I learned recently is that there's a new DHS initiative where local cops can sign on to now basically become an ICE agent inside of the local police department. And if they sign on to that program, do that training, then the police department gets that officer's wages paid for the entire year, plus 25% overtime. And the agent gets the opportunity to get a bonus if they hit their arrest targets. They say there's over 8,000 officers already a part of this program in 40 states, with 2,000 more coming. example number whatever for why local police are part of the same problem. Yeah, but they're going out and arresting people who are like full-time caregivers and autistic children and women. Like, they are not looking for gang members. The pretext that there was any type of like focus on the dangerous criminals is so far gone. It's also clear they target people who are visibly queer or brown or women or just, can't protect themselves as well on the ground, not just to boost arrest, but also because they want to fit the narrative, right? Like, these are the enemies of this movement. So they want to punish those people and they want to utilize them to develop narratives. Remember the lady that they AI modified to be like crying when they arrested her? They really hate the protectors. They hate the helpers because they make them look so fucking bad. Let's have ICE give us their best agent. Just unmask one of them, the best one, the one that they feel this is the model for what our agency is and what we stand for. And let's fucking compare them to Alex Preddy, and let's compare them to Renee Good and see how they fucking add up. But they would never do something like that because they are both fucking cowards and because they know they would never stack up. Robert Evans of the podcast Beyond the Bastards, which you should be following him if you follow me and like this type of content, he made a really great comment about these types of people, which is that just genuinely good, nice, kind, innocent people, they generally end up being the ones that are killed in these types of conflicts. It's not people like me who are operating in like gray areas of legality. It's just the nice, the kind people, the innocent people who are naive to the brutality that our government and the people that are in there are capable of. And that's one of the saddest parts about all this. With this modified appearance, it makes more sense that I am seeing reports of them embedding inside of protests. And that would be primarily to gather intel on what activists are trying to do to counter ICE tactics, and then like what tactics.
They think they can fight this like a war. They're so fucking stupid. What happened there? Join free mode. It's true too. It's fucking true. We're a billion times stronger than these fascists. I'm not afraid of you. I'm gonna taunt them about it. Because it's true, we're so much stronger than these fascists. We're so much stronger than them. It's hilarious. Why we care about this little pissant as they goose step through the square or whatever. Why we care about these worthless pieces of shit is beyond me. We're so much stronger than them. Oh my god. If we sneeze, you'll fall over. We don't need. we, we don't need. We don't have fear. We're a billion times stronger than you.
Tactics they even know about, but as well as figuring out like who specific organizers are. I'm sure they're building some sort of intel network, although again, to me, it seems like their focus is doing violence on people in the streets. They're less interested in hunting people down. That also gives them the opportunity to provoke or instigate, but my guess is more than anything, what they'll probably do is that they will probably just grab somebody in the event that there's some sort of chaos. They'll just grab somebody for other agents to come pick them up. So they're also infiltrating rapid response groups. So inside of, I'm sure these are like signal groups. And then what they will do to people when they actually get them in custody has also escalated. The woke farmer or whatever guy, like he talked about how they basically gave him a rough ride, which is what killed Freddie Gray. And so they just beat the shit out of you, put you in insecure, you like drive the car.
That's what they did to me.
Shit about how they basically gave him a rough ride, which is what the woke. Oak Farmer or whatever guy, like he talked about how they basically gave him a rough ride, which is what killed Freddie Gray. That's where they just beat the shit out of you, you know, put you in insecure, you like drive the car recklessly, erratically, that forces you into like physically bouncing around in the back. And I don't know if you've never been in the back of a cop car, they're not comfortable. The seats are like extremely like firm plastic or metal. And then they're abusing people, torturing them in detention, giving them no food or water, like putting them in conditions that are not survivable, like where they are exposed, it's not warm enough to survive. This has been happening for months. Most of the people ICE has killed have been in custody, in detention. And we're now seeing riots and protests inside of these concentration camps because they are beginning to see the brutality amplify. Vehicles are one of the primary tools that these people use. So here's some ideas for how to make them less effective. There's a movement called the tire extinction movement that I read about in a book called How to Blow Up a Pipeline, which, again, if you're watching this, you should read the book. But this movement started to put pebbles in the caps of large vehicles, gas guzzling vehicles, and then cinch them down so that they get a slow leak. And eventually it's a minor inconvenience for those people to have to fill them back up. Does no permanent damage unless they, you know, drive on fucking flat tires. That'd be pretty stupid of them.
You ever get like a jerk parked too close to you, or they're just a jerk in a bar, or just somebody you just don't like? Inside of this valve cap, I glued a BB from a BB gun, just standard .177 BB, works the best. So all you do is take off the valve cap, put the magic one on, and
so I had a roommate. He was one of my best friends. We have a lot of sordid history and past, and we both got a meth addiction at the same time with each other. Really close friend. RD. We're going to call him RD, just so he knows who I'm talking about if it ever comes up. If anybody ever clips this to him. It's going on my YouTube, so I imagine he probably will go to him. I had a really close friend named R&D. We're like brothers, you know. Knew each other since we were 13 years old. You know, a brother. He was in my crew. We were roommates and fucking best friends for years and shit. Really close, you know. One day, one year, he decides to pursue his alcoholism at the age of like 23. Rather than pay our rent, even though he's our liaison to the landlord, he's the one who takes the check to the landlord, and he's the one that the landlord deals with, because he has been for 5 years. He's the oldest roommate there, so he's like the guy who goes and pays the rent. So he was pocketing our fucking rent, and he didn't tell us for 8 weeks, something like this. He was just pocketing our fucking rent. Now, we had like the best landlord in fucking Denver. I still think of him like that. We had, like, even though he eventually sold the place, and he came and he cried as he told us, because he was still the best landlord I've ever had. But, you know, we had a good landlord, and so the good landlord let us ride for 8 solid weeks, and come to find out later, he's been sending like hate mail and threatening police and, you know, evictions, and we didn't know. And my friend was like living at the house and not working, and like if the landlord came, he would dodge him, and he would tell him, you know, that the rent was going to be there tomorrow or whatever. And then eventually the landlord, at the end of it, he shows up at our fucking house, and we find out when he comes, we hear this knock, loud knock. And there's the fucking... Now, what's happening here? You aren't letting me control my character. Piece of shit software developer. Sorry, guys. Piece of shit software developer is going to suck dick. So and so the landlord comes and knocks on our fucking door, and he's like, yeah, you guys haven't paid rent in 8 weeks, so I'm here to evict you. And we're like, what? And he was like, yeah, you haven't paid rent in 8 weeks, I'm here to evict you. And we were like, yes, we have. And we look at R, and we're like, why is he saying this now? Why is this happening? My controller is just stopping now. Sometimes is it because of a connection? What is my connection at right now? Oh, damn it, piece of shit software developers! You're so bad at what you do. You know I've got connection. You're fucking so stupid. Anyways. So he was like, well, I'm here to evict you. And we're like, no, we paid the rent. And he's like, you paid the rent? And I was like, yeah, everybody there. There was like 4 of us. And R wasn't there when he got there. And he told us. And we were like, what? And like we call up R, we're like, what the fuck did you do with the rent, asshole? And he starts crying. And he's like, I spent it on alcohol. I didn't have money for beer, and you guys did because you work. And I spent it all on alcohol. And he starts crying. And he's like, I spent it all on beer. And we're like, Jesus Christ, you're a fucking asshole. So my best friend, who didn't even live there, he's like, hey, if I pay the rent, will you not evict them? And the landlord's like, yeah. If you pay the rent right now today, I won't evict you. We can see that your friend has a problem with alcohol. And he didn't even kick him out either. He was like, you guys can deal with this. I don't want to kick him out. He was like, he's lived here for 8 years. You guys can deal with this. You think he can get over this? And we were like, yeah, we'll pay the rent. He was like, I believe you guys. I believe that you paid the rent. And one of us was like 45 years old. He knew we weren't lying. He was like, you're not lying, are you? And he was like, yeah, we're not lying. And he's like, it's not the craziest thing that's ever happened to me as a landlord. And he was like, it's okay if you pay the fucking rent right now with the 2 months late fees, which is a lot of money, by the way. That's, it's like $400 extra or some shit. Every time we were late, it was like $225 or some shit. It was crazy. So like, so we had to pay an extra $500 on top of it. And so my best friend, he just like lays out, like he always like would just lay, he was the only one I knew with anybody with any money. He was the only one. He just lays out like, I think it was $1,750, and he was like, you fucking jackass. And my friend R was like, I'm sorry, I have an alcohol problem. And it was just like, okay. But on top of it, we didn't kick him out. Not for another 5 years or something. Eventually, he just crumbled. But I mean, like, but we didn't kick. He was a good friend for like 10 years since he was like 13 and stuff. He was a good friend from high school. He was a Waldorf kid. He was like we were in a cult kind of. And turning our back on him would have been like turning our back on one of the cult members. It wasn't gonna happen. So like we didn't kick him out. We didn't fuck with him. We didn't yell at him or anything like this. We yelled at him. We were like, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. It was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen somebody do. It absolutely was. It was like the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen happen to a person. When he had to fess up to it, he started crying. It was just insane. The sheer gall of it, right? And so I don't know why I'm telling this story. It's just like, like the sheer gall of it. So... The day after, I remember now why I'm telling this story. I wanted my revenge. I wanted my revenge for that. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. On top of it, I had to help my best friend because he paid our rent and all this shit. So I was broke. I had to shell out like $450 when I really wasn't expecting it. I was fucking pissed off. I was an alcoholic too, or whatever. Whatever. I liked marijuana and liquor too. And so like, so losing $450 when I was like really poor was really devastating to me. And right next door, I'm talking like the next room over, was my friend who just got to drink for 8 solid weeks on our fucking rent, right? So what did I do to him? This. The next day, after he had fucking like shilled us on the rent, the next day he showed up in a brand new Saturn wagon. Was that the name of the brand? Yeah, Saturn, I think it was. He showed it. Well, it wasn't brand new, but it was like it was a used car. It was a piece of crap. It was worth like, $8,000 or something, but it was like new. It was ready to run for another 150,000 miles. The next day, his parents had no idea he had shilled us on the fucking rent. So he jacked us. He jacked his best friends. He jacked people that weren't even his best friends. My friend Mike wasn't even his friend really. And he still like fucking fucked Mike for $450. $450. We were all fucked for $450. We had to shell out the $1,250 over the next like week for my best friend who made sure that we weren't all evicted and shit. And my friend Mike, he paid him like that day, but it's like we paid out the best friend. And they were just like, dude, you have to go to work. You have to go to work and you have to pay us for this fucking money that you did. And he never did. He never did go to work. I just never did, like, you know, I never did anything about that. So what did I do? He showed up the next day. And I was like, I can't handle the fact that you're getting away with this scot fucking free. And on top of it, your parents give you a car while I have to walk to the 7-Eleven 5 blocks through fucking blizzards and shit like this. Your parents give you a car in the dead of the fucking winter when you're stealing our rent money for fucking beer. That was when the rent money got up and it was like $1,400 a month and it was insane. There was 3 of us, but it was still $450 a month. It was a lot. And so he jacked us all for he just pocketed the rent, which was like, you know, it was insane. It was like $2,800 he jacked us for. And because he was such a close friend and we had known him for so fucking long, we just sort of forgave him for being like an idiot drunk, you know, we just sort of forgave him. We never got the money from him, and that's okay. I don't care about the money. It's just, you know, but we don't speak, and this is one of the reasons why. I never would have done something like that to him. My best friend did something worse to him. Later on, my best friend, and I know he didn't mean to do this, but it still broke my friend. My friend who stole the rent for beer money. He bought Keystone Ices too. We made fun of him. We were like, Jesus Christ, you spent $2,800 in 2 months on fucking Keystone Ice? And he was like, yeah, I go to the store and I spend $10 to $20 on cigarettes, beer, and weed every single day. And he's like, it adds up fucking quick. He was like, I thought it would last a lot longer. No, it was like 8 weeks and it was gone. I went to bars and beer and all this shit, and I just figured you guys would beat my ass afterwards. And we're like, no, we're not going to beat your fucking ass. We're going to deal with the fucking problem. We're not going to kick your ass out in the fucking streets. We're going to be your brother because you're a wall dork, you know? That's how we viewed it. And when our friend Mike, who really didn't have to be like that, he was not in our crew. He was one of our best friends, but he wasn't in our crew. And like Mike didn't have to do any of that for him. Mike didn't know him since he was 13, and Mike still did that for him because Mike was an architect. He had money. But like, you know, Mike was unrelated. He also harmed somebody who was completely unrelated to the fucking crew that he was in. That really bugged us. We were like, Mike is the real victim here. You can fuck us. We're your brothers. It's like, we're going to forgive you, whatever. But Mike is not like that. Mike knows you and loves you, but he doesn't really, you know, he's not your friend that you grew up with, that you skateboarded with since you were 14 years old. You know, he's not like that. He's not a brother like that. He's a complete rando in the end of it. He wasn't a rando. He was very close to us. But it's like, you know, but he was unrelated. He was a dude that we met through Craigslist. And you fucked him for $450. So what did I do to my friend? I thought about it for a while, too. I was like, Jesus Christ. It was the sheer gall of it. It's kind of like these pigs who fucking threw me in the paddy wagon after I got a broken ribs from a trespassing arrest. And like, they threw me in a paddy wagon for 2 hours, and the sheer gall of it to disregard me like that, why I screamed for a hospital and a doctor for 2 hours. It was that kind of gall. He stole our rent money for 2 months and shit. It was insane. And then then he just rode on the bro him, whatever you want to call it, like the stand with your brothers thing. He rode on with stolen valor kind of. He was like, I've been your friend for 10 years. Don't hate me. And we were like, it's okay, brother. You fucked up. It's obvious. You have to fix it. He never did. And it got harder and harder and harder to be around him, and he just got more and more drunk and more out of control, like Donald Trump or something. And then finally, my best friend, I swear to God, and I'd like, so what did I do to him? I knifed his tire in a way where it would slow leak. I didn't think about the pebble in the fucking vial, in the fucking hubcap, and I had a reason. He fucked me for $450. I had a reason. He's one of my best friends. I thought it was funny, but I was so mad at him. He came home one day. It was not that much later. It was like 2 or 3 weeks later. He came home one day with a brand new car. Now, his parents did that so he could go to work, but he didn't go to work. He just he drove to the liquor store. You know, and that's okay. I mean, I'm not judging him for not working. I mean, I'm a deadbeat too. But understand, like, I never fuck my friends for my rent money. That's not something I'm guilty of. I'm not like that. I'm not, you know, I borrowed money and never paid it. But I was like very upfront about it. I gotta borrow money and I can't pay you or whatever. You know, it's insane like that. I was honest about it when I was too poor. When the world fell apart, the rent got too high, and most of Denver died. Like LA died, New York died, most of Denver died, most of Seattle died. You see those homeless people on the streets, where do you think they come from? It's because these cities, they charge too much rent, and and it got crazy, and we all ate each other like a zombie apocalypse or something. Is there somebody here? I keep hearing somebody jump over and over again. Why do I keep hearing somebody jump over and over again? There's nobody here. It's fucking annoying. So yeah, so I was and so I let 2 weeks go by. I was like, well, let's give him the chance. He's gonna use the card to go to work, and he was like, I got a job at a bank or something, and we're like, no, you didn't, and he didn't. And so, like, you know, and then 2 weeks passed by, and I realized as he come home, he gave me this snide comment about you walk into the liquor store again, and it's like, yeah, I'm walking to the liquor store, motherfucker, because I paid $450 extra for rent that I wasn't planning to pay, so I could pay off Sen for fucking bailing us all out and shit. And it's like, I don't say anything to him because he's a brother. I don't say anything to him. I'm respectful to him. But inside, I'm fucking seething. I'm fucking angry because it's like, motherfucker, your parents gave you a fucking free car. And you owe me $450. You fucked us for rent for 2 solid months and stuff because you're the ambassador to the landlord. And it's like, we couldn't do anything about this. You're not paying us. Go to fucking work now. And you owe us so much money. You owe Mike so much money, and he's not even related to the crew. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, this was an outsider. You fucked an outsider. You don't shit where you eat. You don't shit where you eat, my friend. He loved Ween. He knew the lessons. Ween taught him the lesson. Don't shit where you eat, my friend. You can shit where, like somewhere else, but don't do it where you eat, you know. And he shat where he ate. It was disgusting to all of us. Most of us really weren't close to him anymore. Like me and my best friend, we weren't really, like, my best friend and I, we were not close to him as we used to be, because he really didn't show like responsibility for that, like Donald Trump. He just didn't show responsibility. He just kept on living like we were going to pay his rent. It is like, no, eventually there just came this final call, like what's going to happen with the Republicans, where it's like, no, nobody's going to sit here while you grift for this much longer. It's nobody's going to sit here while you grift Bitcoin and sell pardons and stuff this much longer. Nobody's going to sit around while you do that crazy criminal shit like jack the rent for 2 months. Nobody's going to do that. No one's going to. We love you or whatever, so we're going to put up with it. But it's like, nobody's going to put up with that shit forever. Nobody does. And so what did I do? I fucking slow leaked his car. I'm walking out back, and he made some snide comment in our house. Oh, you walking to the liquor store again? And he was making that comment because he had his car and I didn't have a car. And he had rent because I paid it. You know, and it was, I drink your milkshake kind of fucking comment. It was like, oh, you're walking to the liquor store again. He made some snide comment. He knew I was going to the liquor store every day, like everybody else the fuck I know. Even my best friend's sister was doing that every single night. Everybody, we were 23 years old. We were drunk and we were college age. Everybody was drinking every single day. If my best friend's sister is drinking every night, then we're all drinking. You understand? Everybody. If A is drinking, everybody is drinking every night. We all had alcohol. We were all alcoholics at that time. Every single person that I knew, we were all alcoholics at that time. Everybody there, we were all dealing with depression and poverty and going to college and shit like this. It was just insane. It was like, you know. And so he made this snide comment. He's like, oh, you're walking to the 7-Eleven in the liquor store again or something. I remember what he said. He was like, you know, you're walking to the 7-Eleven in the liquor store again, and he jibed at me like it was his place to do it. And I was like, oh, no, motherfucker, you forget. How fast you forget. It's been about 7 weeks, but you forget that I just dumped $450 like it comes out my fucking ass. Like I shit money like to pay you for $450 for rent or whatever. And it was like, no. And I was like, man, I know he's had this car for like 2 weeks and some odd days or something. I was like, I know he's not getting a job. I know he's not going to pay us for that rent he jacked us on. I got so fucking angry. And I did one of the things I'm not proud of. I walked right out there to his fucking cushy parking spot right outside the back fucking door, while the rest of us all had to park out front and shit like this because he had seniority, so he had the best parking spot and shit. Yeah, buy all my fucking blueprints. Buy all my blueprints. I love you. Buy my BPOs. Buy my BPOs. Buy my shit. Buy my shit. Yeah, buy my shit. So anyways, so I walked out back. I slow leaked his tire with a fucking box cutter, and I did it in a way where he never would have known on the inside, where he really wasn't looking for it. He never would have seen it and shit. And I slow leaked his tire, and sure enough, when his parents knew that he wasn't getting a job, it was like 3 weeks later after they gave him that car. Sure enough, they were like, no, give us the car. His parents made him give that car back because he just wasn't using it. He wasn't using it for what they gave it to him for. And so then I slow leaked his tire because he just wasn't going to pay me that rent. I knew deep down inside he was never going to give me $1. It was a Donald Trump fucking there will be blood, I drink your milkshake thing he was doing. I knew it was when he started it, with the sheer gall of it. I was like, the fact that you would fuck your closest friends like this makes it so that you don't have any close friends anymore. I knew it when he did it. I was like, you're not our close friend anymore. I didn't say it to his face because I knew it would have broke his heart. He was that fucking pussy insensitive. He was a hard guy. He was a hardcore guy. But he was also, deep down inside, he was kind of a whiny pussy. He kind of was. He would cry about girls and stuff that he couldn't sleep with, and he was kind of a whiny pussy. And like, we all were. We were sensitive dudes in the fucking in the hipster scene and stuff. And some of us were bi. I'm not, but some of us were bi. I say us like they're my community, whatever. But like, but it was just like everybody's going through stuff. We don't jack our best friends and shit. And I knew when he made that comment, I was like, nope, last straw. I'm gonna fuck you in some way where you're really gonna feel it. And I was like, how do I hurt him? His parents just gave him this car that he's not using. It's a shame, and the reason he's not using it is he's drunk all day, so he can't use the car. He can't drive anywhere. He's going to catch a Dewey. It was the sick, sad reality, but he was. He would wake up at 9:30 in the fucking morning. He would walk down to Mike's liquor store, and he would wait outside for our Pakistani friend who would sling him liquor every single day. I love my friend, but the reason I love my friend is he doesn't say no. And I loved my liquor store. I love my liquor store because he never said no. And so I loved my liquor store dealer. He never said no. He didn't care how drunk you were. It didn't matter. He would sell you liquor, and I loved that. So I slashed his tire on the backside rim where he really wouldn't look for it. And it took it 2 or 3 days to leak out. One day he's coming back from his house way out there in Centennial, and the car fucks out on him on I-25. He's forced to fucking tow it for $300 or whatever it is. It's probably more, $450, because he had to bring it all the way back down to Platt Park, which is like a good 7 miles or something. And he caught like a nasty tow with a fucking flat tire that he could not replace. He did not have a spare. He was forced to tow. And he wasn't forced to tow. He was forced to call the tow truck and get them to come and fix his tire for him. And so he came back bitching about it on a bald donut tire. And he was like, I can't drive this car on this bald donut tire. And he kept driving it to the liquor store. He kept driving it just to the liquor store. And it ran the axle out, and his parents took the car away from him. And this was the fucking lesson. Don't fuck poor people. Don't fuck your best friends. Don't shit where you eat. Don't fucking cross your friends or whatever. If you do, you better fess up. And he did. He fessed up. But the problem is he didn't fess up for the 2 months that he did it. So when it came to a head, the only way we were able to get out of this situation before we were homeless, all of us, was that we had a friend who had enough money to just front the bill. But not even my friend Mike had that kind of money to front that bill. So that was just some rich person at the time. He wasn't rich, but he was well off. He stepped in and solved this problem for us because he liked hanging out at our house so much that he decided he didn't want us on the streets. And he knew it was going to fall to blows. If I fell down to the fucking streets because my friend stole my rent, one of my best friend, he was my best friend at that time, stole my fucking rent, it would have been bad for me. My best friend knew. He knew. And it was just bad. It was a bad thing. So what did my best friend do to him? And I know he didn't do this on purpose because I was there. I watched it on God's fucking green earth. I will testify. My best friend did not do this on purpose. I know because I watched it happen. But it was crazy what happened. It was crazy. Him and my friend R, the guy who jacked the rent, they were into like tussling and fighting a lot. And they were aggressive, angry, fighty people. And they were looking to fight because they were like 23 years old. We used to do stuff like play rock, paper, scissors, punch in the face when we were drunk because we were these angry, rowdy people, punkers, And so they're full blown, like in a knockdown out, like MMA style battle out on the front lawn at like 10:30 in the morning. And there's like 6 people there, and I'm one of them. There was like 5 or 6 people there. It was insane. And my friend, he gets thrown or something. My friend R throws my friend Sen, and something about it was wrong. You could see it, the way he threw it pissed him off. And he came at him and he picked him up and he fucking dropped him. He picked him up. He was stronger than my friend Ari. He was double the size or something. And he picked him up and he dropped him wrong. And he fell on his left thigh the wrong way. And he tore his ACL in a career-ending injury. That was my friend who stole the rent. And that was two years later. My friend didn't even live there at that point. He was like driving over to like, he didn't even live there anymore because he bombed out. He couldn't pay the rent anymore. And I took his room, and I became the senior member there. And I became the fucking the liaison to the landlord or whatever. And I made sure that I would always be there. And I wouldn't lose my spot because I was there seniority wise. I was so it started out the crack shack when we were 16 years old. I love my old apartment, right? And it was me, my friend M, my friend B, my friend L, and my friend L. And they all married each other essentially, or at least were with each other for 10 years and stuff. And then I was the fifth wheel. Oops. And then my other friend L was also another fifth wheel and stuff. Excuse me, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Whoa, excuse me. Watch your step. Whoa, don't mind me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Family's going through a lot of stress right now, so I'm just like trying to be there for them and still have a job and still do my job at the same time. It's very difficult to do. I can't do it. One has to suffer for the other. It's either I take care of the job and then they don't get help, or I help them and then I don't take care of the job. I can't do both at the same time. It's fucking annoying. So, anyways, but yeah, I had to talk. So, my mother had a cracked tablet screen from 5 years ago. She likes the tablet. She doesn't want to let go of it. It's one of her favorite possessions. And she thought that she cracked her screen and she couldn't afford a tablet screen repair. And then It turns out she had one of those plastic shells on the screen. And it didn't cost her, you know, $100 to go get her tablet repaired, which is good news. And that was what I talked to her about, amongst many other things. I will have to step away to go do something in the storage locker here in like 10, 15 minutes.
Hey, Luigi, what's up, buddy? How you been? You still speak Spanish, right?
Racist.
And now that's gonna give them a slow leak. I'll spray some soapy water on it. You can see it bubbling and foaming. They're still gonna get home safe and sound. When they wake up in the morning, they're gonna have a flat tire. The funny thing is 99% of the time, they're gonna pull this cap off, put air in their tire, and then put the cap back on.
If we're talking about more disabling the tire permanently, aim for the sidewall, because that's, you can
99% of the time, they just put the BB right back again.
the bottom, but a sidewall, you know, nobody's going to do that. You just got to replace that tire. Windows are a vulnerable point, not just because
Yeah, so and so he had that car for like 3 weeks till he crossed me. He didn't need to make that fucking comment he made. He was drunk and he made some comment about how I was walking back to the liquor store again and because he had a car and I didn't or whatever. I was like, oh ho ho, you think you're so holier than thou? You think you're better than me because you have a car and all this? And it's like, let's see how long you have that car then.
they are weaker than, you know, the metal.
And I tell people, but they don't listen to me. It's like I don't often ever have to do anything to human beings, almost ever, because when I do, I will destroy you. You understand? It's like I'm this peaceful person who never fucks with other people, who never causes issues for other people. But other people cause me problems all the fucking time for no reason, like that time he stole my rent, or the pigs breaking my ribs and then throwing me in a paddy wagon, shit like that. And I try to warn people, like, you fuck with me, I'll destroy you. It will cost you in the end. Maybe the pigs had fun bouncing me around in the paddy wagon for the rough ride, but
frames, but they're also what people have to kind of look out of in order to be able to successfully pilot the vehicle. Ironically, in Minnesota, there is no end to large, heavy ice blocks for people to throw into vehicles, and that's happening a fair amount. You could break the window, make it harder for people to see out of the window, or even, you know, get access to the vehicle. Paint, spray paint, or even just like throwing like normal ass paint like on a car really quick would make it pretty difficult, or at least mark that car as an ice vehicle. And you know, it's so cold there that just if you just dump fuck tons of liquid on an ice vehicle overnight, it would probably take a lot longer to get cleared. Actually, that's a fucking stupid idea. Someone's gonna tell me why that was awesome later. Probably if it's like deer piss or something, right? And then the other weak point for a vehicle is power. Batteries are just like two wires. Those hoods,
I will carry all
I
of
don't
them.
think they're secured on most vehicles all that well. A crowbar would probably give you pretty easy access to like a battery terminal that you could just clip. That's not an expensive repair, but it's gonna take them a little bit to do that. I mean, you could also remove the battery, but they're super heavy. But, you know, maybe you need a battery. There you go. Newer vehicles prevent access to the gas tank, but if you do somehow get access to it, a simple tube sucking out will get the flow going, and you could just put the fuel on the ground. You don't need it to go anywhere else. This is definitely the highest risk right here. So really think about whether this is the right thing to do if you're going with this strategy, but I mention it because of its simplicity. No bad ideas in a brainstorm. And then the last tech I want to talk related to vehicles is utilizing barriers to create your autonomous zone, which is what we are now seeing in Minneapolis after Alex Petty's murder. And it is similar to the Chaz Chop zone that I experienced here in Seattle. And that's where I'm drawing these ideas from. Do with them what you will.
I realize how destructive that's been to me. I'm sorry.
So here we are in the autonomous zone.
Yeah, things are good for me. But I had thought the battle
land, of
was
course.
over. Thank you for coming back and
So they're
saving
using
me. I
barriers
wouldn't have been
to
able do
protect
this
themselves
without
now. You can use dumpsters,
without
rocks,
having
pallets,
disability,
potted
I would have been
plants,
dead.
other vehicles to block off the streets, which prevents ICE from being able to drive in, right? It allows you control over a zone. Ironically, we are creating a border where
And I kept
ICE
doing
cannot
it for
cross,
another
where
15
government
years. I fall in love
officials
with my best
cannot
friend.
cross
I
in order to
when they're just
create
never available
control
when I need
from
it,
the
or vice
community.
versa.
And what you want to do
I'd
with
go
that is
through
you want to build a mutual aid zone. You want to start the process of separating yourself from everything
3
else, and then
different women.
hopefully what we do is we expand
I try
this
not to.
out
These days, I
block
just try
by
not to.
block.
And I try not
And
to
you
do that stupid
ensure
shit.
that what goes
And I'm
in
sorry
and out,
for
right?
doing
We need
it. I'm
to
requited
set
love.
up zones to
It's-
stop people from coming in, to do checks. If you have to issue some sort of credentials, or you have to create passwords, or you have to do shit like
there's-
that, like that's
one
what
of the
we're
big
talking
things that
about. If you
changed
want
for
to
me is
protect
there's a
people, if you
Frank
truly
Zappa
want to protect
song,
them,
and it was the
utilizing
title
the
of the song
tactics
that kind of
they
changed
are
things.
utilizing now.
It is called
This is
Only
an
Assholes
idea
Have Broken
that has
Hearts.
existed in other places, that has been created. Communes have been created in the past. This is how they start.
And it did
So we're
change
seeing
things for
that
me. I was
again
like,
in real
yeah,
time.
it was self-awareness. I was like, oh my God, I didn't know. I didn't know until he told me that all my life I've had a broken heart, and
Before
I've just
I even
tortured
started forming
everybody else
organizing,
around me. Channing,
I
you,
just sensed
everybody.
a general
And when I finally
mentality of
understood that
paranoia
broken
among
hearts are for
activists
assholes,
around like movement
stopped
infiltration. And
doing it, and-
overall, you know, there's a lot of historical examples of that. There's a lot of reasons to fear that, but the reality
write
is
short
that the
stories
government
on-
can't
on-
monitor
on
everybody
14 hours a
infinitely
day.
all
I
the
tell
time,
stories
can
live
enforce
on
laws
this story.
infinitely,
I'm going to tell
perfectly.
this story here in a few
Most
minutes, and I'm
people
going to
will
use it
never
for
ever
content,
like
because
have their
content
shit
doesn't
looked
grow
through
on trees,
unless we get to
you know
some
what
sort
I'm
of
saying?
total
So I will relate this
dystopian
story about,
totalitarian
and I've done this story
movement.
on my
And
stream many
ironically,
times. It's
if
like a bullet
we are
point on my
not
screen.
doing
Because
the
only
right
assholes
things
have
to
broken hearts.
intelligently root out potential infiltrators
Oh,
without
another one is here's
leaning
another
into
one
the
that comes up
panic
over
and
over
fear
again.
and emotionality that breaks
Your
up movements. If we don't
win-loss
figure out how to do
ratio
that,
is directly
like that is what will make it likely we actually get to that world that people are scared of. The way it usually happens is by getting people to infight, is by leaning into people's fear and anxiety to get them to separate and get those groups to break up instead of stay solid. So I'm going to try to give you some tips here to maintain solidarity with good comrades, to root out the potential instigators, or just make your processes less vulnerable to infiltration, because I think that is the best way to handle this. So the first step is to establish some sort of vetting process for your groups, for your actions. And a lot of people like to do that face to face. I don't think that's required. For example, I think video chat is effective, but understanding that at least the face you are looking at is the person you are talking to behind the keyboard, I think is pretty important. You could set up a vetting group inside of your AG for where multiple people go out and review and ask questions, or just conduct some sort of interview if you want. And I think it's a good practice to maybe establish agreements and expectations. If you are in this group, what are we doing here? What do we all agree to? For example, in a rapid response group, you shouldn't have people talking about the news or other actions or projects your community is involved in. I know for a lot of people, you know, who are new to technology and these systems, and it's like, it's really annoying to have to use and get used to, and it's hard to like develop that muscle memory. So doing things like burning your groups down and recreating them is just like, it just seems like, oh, that's way too much energy. So what I do, for example, is if I'm going to do an action, like when I went to the MLK March, I would create a separate MLK March chat. And in that chat, we would only talk about the MLK March, and the people that are coming would be people who I knew that I had vetted to do that action specifically.
Yeah, I hope maybe that the wisdom might help you, you know. Well, we all are, you know. Don't hate yourself. Hating yourself isn't productive, I'll tell you that. I hate myself for everything I've done to my life with drugs. I don't hate myself, though, because that's not productive. And you shouldn't either, you know. You can hate yourself for taking the shot and not landing it, but, I mean, that's not productive. Cindy Crawford or one of them? No. Kate Moss or something. I don't know. Yeah. Go ahead. Are you talking about Twiggy? Oh, Lauren Hutton. I missed it. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah, me too. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I got no regrets. I don't live in regret. I think the world thinks that I should because I've lived like this outlaw druggy lifestyle for so long. But I don't live in regret. I don't live in regret for anything that I did. You know. Yeah. Nobody's thinking about it. Yeah. Gonna, yeah. Okay. I got to get shoes on and come up there. So. Okay, guys. Oops. No. Oh yeah. I did not mute my conversation, which is cute. Anyways, I'll be right back. My ribs. My ribs suck so bad. I'm gonna turn on X4 and leave it there. Sorry for all the distractions. I didn't know I was gonna get an hour of fucking distractions today. But it's almost done. Got like another 5 or 10 minutes here.
I don't care about that shit. Thanks. All I need to hear. Bye.
Yeah, it's warm enough. You want to go out there? You can go out there if you want. You want to go out there? Yeah, you can go out there. It's warm enough. Thinking about it? Alright, if you're thinking about it, I'm just going to shut it. You can go out there if you want, kitty. No? Just checking. Cat. You watch everything that I do. You're like, oh, what's the master doing? I'm like your television, huh, kitty? I do stuff all day and I yell about things. Occasionally I go somewhere and I come back. And you just watch me. You just watch me all day, kitty. I love it. You're a good kitty. I'm selfish. I like the attention. Keys. Jacket. Sorry about this, guys. Had real life stuff to do. But it's all out of the way. We're going to stop staring at a Grand Theft Auto wall now. Oh yeah, my headphones. Headphones. Don't.
Specifically, I don't just let anybody in there. If you're not going, you don't come in the chat. When that action is over, you leave the group and you delete that group. So there's not even evidence that you are in it anymore. And make sure you're using things like auto delete messages. Generally a week is kind of the established norm, and you can save things out of there locally if you want. This just protects you where if your phone gets taken, like there just isn't a permanent record of everything your group has done. Doing this will make it a lot harder for bad actors to stay in your groups and keep up with you. And it will also make it much easier to whittle down and find those bad actors who are leaking your information. And right now it is important to develop discipline on the information you are sharing, making sure you are spreading only good information. Things are changing rapidly everywhere. So You know, there's no limitation to the relevant information we could be spreading around that could be accurate, but we only have so much time and attention, and that is what makes information critical, because with better information, you can make better decisions. You can see more options. In the technical world, we have this thing called alert fatigue, and when you spread bad information or just too much information, people start checking out. You know, it starts becoming kind of the gray of like what you're looking through. So developing a culture around what am I actually sharing? Why am I sharing it? Urgency is a really common social engineering tactic to get people to spread bad information, because if something feels urgent, it is telling you don't critically think. You just have to make a snap decision, and you're just more likely to spread that. My own mea culpa is that I spread that information about the trans girl who said that they got a letter from the FBI. And I did that because it wasn't just the trans girl, it was there was another creator who was big who talked about it, and talked about it very seriously and in ways that I believed. And I went back and I looked at the other creator, the original, and they had been talking about it for a few videos, and it felt real. And yeah, I care about trans people. I know a lot of trans creators, and I wanted to know if anybody else had gotten that. And if I spread it, cool, maybe I'd find more information. But the thing is that spread fear and anxiety, even in people that I know around me. And if I would have known the true information, I could have reduced that panic.
I missed the mob man. Oh, my kitty. I love my kitty. Hello. Oh, she's just purring. Can you hear her on the microphone? I think you can. You gonna purr for the microphone, kitty? Let's mic the kitty up. Aw, purring kitty. She's so wonderful. Okay, I gotta fix my mic again. Sorry. There we go. Mic out of the shot.
But instead, I added to the fear and panic.
Don't bump the microphone, kitty.
That concern spread, and that made my team, the people around me, less effective. And so we don't want to be doing that. Because there are limitations to resources. There are limitations to how many bodies are able to be in the streets. There are limitations to how much time we can dedicate to resistance work as opposed to survival. But the more we collectivize, the more we learn to help each other and to get off of these systems that are ultimately just feeding back into trying to kill us. The corporations that are supporting this Trump administration, you know, on the day that Alex Preddy died, you know, Trump went and watched Melania with fucking Tim Apple and Larry Ellison and all these fucking rich tech fuckheads. The more we take the resources we used to give to them and give it to our own community in time and effort, the better we protect each other. I'm gonna close this section just talking about some general resistance strategies, things for people to do. You know, a lot of people were asking, how do I specifically get involved, right? This is part of like that first step. I'm giving you things you can try. Gathering information and intelligence is critical. As I've talked about, you can't make good decisions. You can't predict the future accurately if you don't have good intelligence. I know people that will go to events and just sit there and observe calmly. You would never even know that they were there, but they are feeding information to other people about the tactics. What propagandists show up to these events? Like what was the police posture? You know, PSYOP is an overused term and it's super generic, but by that I mean, you know, anything that is designed to attack the mental state of your opponent or to encourage maybe people on your own side. I think of content creation as a PSYOP a little bit. I am informing you, I am transferring information to you that may change how you act in the future. But a PSYOP is also just screaming at a motherfucker until he leaves.
How the fucking orange fascists and cheat. Yeah. Get the fuck out of our city, you Nazi piece of shit.
Get the fuck out of our city, you Nazi piece of shit.
You Nazi piece of shit.
Get the fuck
There are
out of our
books about
city,
this.
you Nazi piece of shit. You're not welcome here. Do these people go to their bosses and say, wow, they really don't want us here, boss. You really want to continue this?
They're not very long. You can read if you want more information. What is proving to be a very effective tactic in the last week has been the armed observer. But what is key is to bring friends. This is what the Black Panther Party is doing. This is what that guy with the nails who had the AR, that is what those people are doing. As we talked about, ICE is not looking for strong, hardened targets. They are looking for the easy pickoffs. And that's why, although Alex was operating as an armed observer, he was alone and he was not prepared to use his weapon, so instead that weapon was used against him. 6 armed ICE agents aren't going to do shit when there is 12 armed community members right in front of them. These are all frontline strategies, and it's awesome if people can get out in the streets. That's critically important, but not everybody can do that. That's totally okay. There are so many ways that you can support the front line. All of this type of work really just goes in the background. There's so much just invisible work that makes resistance movements function. I was watching a little bit Bill video recently, and he introduced me to the concept of
everybody want to die for the revolution, but don't nobody want to do the dishes. And that's because doing the dishes is twice as tedious and not nearly as sexy as dying. It takes a lot more time, effort, and energy to build than destroy. Time a lot of us rather spend pursuing comforts within arm's reach than freedom that may be a mile away. The problem is so much that folk don't want a revolution. It's that many of us aren't willing to put up what it would cost to win one, especially if we have no guarantee that we personally will see the fruit.
And this is the dishes right here. Helping care for people's children and pets so that they can go out in the street, super important. Getting people food or delivering it to our neighbors who aren't safe leaving their homes right now. Escorting the ones that have to leave for things like medical appointments. Helping with content production, which, you know, a year ago probably didn't seem as critical for people. But now that synthetic media is everywhere, now that we have a regime that just bold-faced lies, you see the criticality of telling our own stories. That's why we do this. Educating yourself, doing self-development, learning skills in order to make you more capable of supporting the front line is also good. Reading up on things, teaching people is great. The project management is part of that, like kind of doing the dishes, like coordinating, creating groups, assisting the people that are going out into the streets with the high-level task of organization is, God, I would love that so much. You can help generate the information, create flyers for the people that are going out in the streets to hand out. This is the creativity part, but like overall, if I had one major piece of advice, it is just to do whatever you are good at right now. Figure out how that can be useful to a resistance movement. All right, I gotta go do some shit and then I'll come back and close this out. In a previous video, I talked about how it was really obvious that Stephen Miller and the Trump machine want to feed ICE agents to the mob in order to justify more aggressive escalation. The political project that is Donald Trump is rapidly degenerating and failing. Many people are feeling bait and switched. Feeling like I didn't vote for all this bullshit. They're realizing that his promises of bringing down things like inflation and making them more money and gas prices, like these are all fantasies that he was just lying about, and he's fucking around with Greenland and Venezuela and killing American citizens in the streets.
Can I describe it not as a Minneapolis resident, but as an American citizen? Thank you. This started as a pretext about immigration and the fraud, whatever. It's well beyond that now. It's into your Second Amendment, it's into your Fourth Amendment, it's into your Sixth Amendment. This is so far beyond what people at home probably are watching going, oh, it's Minneapolis, it's woke hoth, it doesn't affect me, whatever. It does. It's you. It's you as well now. Wake up. Please watch what's happening here. I feel like we're performing CPR on what may already be a corpse called the Constitution. And yeah, there's plenty of people online laughing at us and going, haha, tryhards. But I think it's worth it, and I hope you do too. Yeah, I'm the Square community, man. I like built real estate document search portal sites for Wells Fargo. I am the Square community.
How long will you stay out here?
Till my balls get cold.
ICE isn't operating off of policies and procedures anymore. These dudes are clearly just going out and kind of doing whatever they want, whatever ideas they come up with. That's why the strategies and tactics are so varied. That's why you see them doing things like utilizing hostages like children to try to bait people out. You see that there is no morals or ethics at all. ICE has become so emboldened, they are reckless with their own lives. They are truly feeling the power that comes from, you know, getting away with murder in this just overt way, and how there's right off the bat, you know, no investigations, we're right behind you. So that makes them very, very vulnerable. I don't know how many more Americans are going to die before something really bad happens to an ICE agent, but they're just making it easier and easier. That independence and lack of process means that they're basically becoming like gangs. That is why we are seeing things like challenge coins and playing cards, and I have no doubt that there are many of these groups getting like custom tattoos of their groups, the way that the military does. Confusing moments, like where there's a lot of smoke and people charging into crowds and people running around, like these are really dangerous situations. So if you find yourself in that situation, I hope that you pull back, gather your thoughts, gather your senses, gather whoever else, and then make decisions rather than trying to just kind of figure it out in the melee. They are just creating such insanely chaotic and unpredictable situations. I would not be surprised if the first ICE agent to die was fucking friendly fire. Stop wasting time with all these propagandists. Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, all these just dipshits that are going to be doing the rounds on all the different news shows now, consuming the time, making up excuses, because the mainstream media is going to both sides all this shit. You know, that's part of what the frustrating reason that we're in all of this is, because corporate media is a part of the fascist regime. It is a component of it. We know the end goal. We know what they're willing to do to get to that end goal. So yeah, the products corporations produce, whether that be a widget, a thing, or a television product, it's not to make you better or help you. It is to make money, and now it is to distract you from taking action. We have the numbers, not just in Minneapolis, but in this entire country. The moment enough of us decide to make it stop, to say no, to not comply, it's over. Because we have the numbers and we don't force people to think a specific way, we have more ideas and more creativity. We are able to develop new novel strategies. We're able to do more things at the same time. And that's important because regardless of how many resources any force has, they can't threat model for everything. And we have the moral and ethical high ground. Never forget that. People that weren't reachable a year ago definitely are today. That's why you have these fucking white supremacist groups like Patriot Front trying to recruit people off of hating Donald Trump, even though they're the motherfuckers that put him in charge.
What you boys doing here? What y'all boys about?
What y'all doing there? What you doing there?
Yeah, is that you? Is that you boys? Is this you? Yeah, okay, alright. I know you boys ain't from around here. Why are you in my hood? Go do this at your own Nazi house, motherfuckers. Are those your cars? Are those your cars? Is that how you got here? Down there? Okay. What's the sign say? What's the sign say?
Reclaim America from Donald Trump.
Oh. Why?
Why? Because we believe he's bad, man.
Why do you think he's bad?
Sorry?
Why do you think he's bad?
Because what do you mean?
What do you like about him? Just give me.
Are you a conservative?
I'm a man.
Why do you have a problem with us, my friend?
I don't know. Y'all are in white masks and shit. It's weird.
How is it weird?
Hey, why is it weird? Because you look like Patreon front dudes. Let's see.
Reclaim America, Patriot. He came back, started harassing him and shit. Fucking Nazis. I can't believe there's like Nazis in my country now and they're like marching. Every day I log in, I have a little bit less ships. I like this game, but I think it's eating a lot of my time for how little. I don't know, I still have like 50 ships. Nice. 700 caps right off the bat. Ooh, I'm at 15k caps. Nice. Somebody bought a lot of plans.
And when I'm communicating to people, I'm not talking about the law. I'm not trying to build connection based on mutual agreement on what laws should exist. It's on values and morals and ethics. That is
It's a rescue, Rex.
how we get to the center. That is how we deconstruct and how we build community. All right, I got one more thing to say before I sign off here, but I gotta put this cat down because I need both hands. Even though I am an anarchist, nobody in my family shares that label. And I've been working on that and trying to get them engaged in what's going on and help them understand and help kind of break them out of their more liberal mindsets. Alex Peretti's parents released a statement yesterday, and in reading it, I had a pretty emotional reaction to it. One of the things that made it really personal was that the A in AJ stands for Alex. And reading it really felt like almost a premonition of reading a statement someone in my family might release about me, given similar circumstances. I'm gonna read that statement here now. From Michael and Susan Peretti, parents of Alex Jeffrey Peretti. We are heartbroken, but also very angry. Alex was a kind-hearted soul who cared deeply for his family and friends, and also the American veterans whom he cared for as an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital. Alex wanted to make a difference in the world. Unfortunately, he will not be with us to see his impact. I do not throw around the hero term lightly. However, his last thought and act was to protect a woman. The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He had his phone in his right hand, and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down, all while being pepper sprayed. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. Thank you. In Alex's death, the Trump administration has been desperate to paint him the way that they have painted people like me. Their strategy is to find one thing they think can be used to justify whatever they want to do, and then to just hammer that home incessantly, forever, and never acknowledge or answer anything else. When scrolling through and seeing all the different things people had posted about Alex's life, the things that he had done, it showed a man who would stick up for women in comment sections, who would dedicate his life to assisting military veterans, people who served their country but were long since forgotten. He was one of the best parts of a infinitely shitty system that does not take care of the Americans who truly put their entire lives on the line for the capitalism machine the president is fucking responsible for. He died doing what came naturally to him, which was trying to assist somebody who was being attacked by bullies. And I can't say how much I respect and appreciate his effort. And as scared as I am for the people in Minneapolis, the people I see putting themselves in front of APCs and putting themselves and pushing ICE agents away and trying to help grab their neighbors and de-arrest them. I'm scared for them, but I also totally understand what it feels like to be backed in a corner, and that your only choice is to fight back, even against odds that you don't feel like are in your favor. For everyone who is out there right now angry and putting their effort in to try to organize and defend themselves and defend other innocent people from getting picked up by this horrific, fascist bunch of fucking sick pieces of shit, my heart is with anyone who is out there putting any amount of effort to try to fight back, because it's why we're going to win this at the end of the day. It's why we are going to see a better, brighter future, even though there's going to be a lot darker times coming up. The effort you and millions of other people are putting in and will continue to put in are why we are going to win this. There's a famous quote attributed to Dan Savage about the AIDS epidemic, which is that in the morning they would bury their friends, in the afternoon they would protest, and they would dance all night. How we don't have to get to the point where we are burying people every day. I really hope we don't. But I think we all need to start mentally preparing for and thinking through these realities. I read that letter as a way of emotionally processing the grief for myself, and maybe to help you with that too, because more tragedies like this are going to come. We need to be able to process and move through these emotions in order to stay on the task of defeating fascism, because this violence in itself and the feelings that you feel, the grief, the anger, the sadness, the fear, it's all part of the tactic. It's all why they do it. The dirty secret this fascist machine has finally figured out is that it is a lot harder to deport millions of people, and it is far, far easier to just fucking kill them in the streets. So that is what I would expect they are looking to do. And I hope everybody who is around them is prepared for that and thinking about that. Now is the time for action, friends. So ride fast and take chances.
Hey, what up, friendos? Welcome back. It's about that time, you know, the day we've all been heavily anticipating ever since Jeff Keighley's latest event. High God released, right? This, I'm obviously being a little bit sarcastic because how these events usually go for me is it comes on, you're watching it with your buddies, you're like, oh wow, didn't know that game was coming out, can't wait to play that one. Ooh, that's cool. Wonder what the last game of the event's going to be, because usually the last game is the really hype, exciting one. It's the biggest one of the event. And for some reason at this event, the biggest game of the event, in my opinion, was going to be the Larian Studios one, you know, the new Divinity game, because obviously Baldur's Gate 3 did amazingly well. Good, yeah. I love Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, great games. That was the highlight for me. But for whatever reason, High God, from a studio where it's their first game, was like the marquee, you know, event ender, the big deal. And nobody can really explain why, other than Jeff Keighley likes the team and likes the game or whatever and wanted to give it all the shine. Apparently they did this for free, because usually at these events you have to pay hundreds of thousands, like 500 grand or something, to get your game up there for a trailer and get on stage and things like that. But Jeff apparently gave them, you know, the big spot for free, and in my opinion has incredibly hurt this game, because obviously the narrative since then has been, who fucking wanted this game? Like, who was asking for this? You know, what is it going to do differently? How is this going to do well in such a competitive market? And mostly what I've seen is people that want the game to fail, which obviously that's a big thing in the industry, has been for years now. People saying it's going to be the next Concord, all this and that, and just really thinking it's going to do incredibly badly. And this is obviously the first game from a studio that's new, but like 60-70% of the people who worked at the studio worked together at Respawn making games like Apex Legends. So what you have is some kind of assumption it's going to have like clean shooting mechanics, and they're going to know how to design a game to feel good. Just doesn't look that great. And then the game comes out, and I don't really know what to make of this one, guys. Like, usually I've got a pretty good read on where games are going, but this game, I've played it a little bit, and I don't think it's the most high quality, not good game I think I've ever played. Like, you know, sometimes you play a game and you're like, wow, the music's good, the graphics are good, the stylization's good, the characters look cool, the skins look cool, the gunplay is okay, it's not the best. It's all super high quality, but then the game's not fun to play. Like, it's just weird. Like, I feel like this game should be good. I should be enjoying playing it because everything looks right, everything feels somewhat right, but then the actual game that they've built is just not fun. Like, it's just flat out not fun at all. Like, the game runs bad, you know, you don't get great performance on this even with a great computer. It just has issues. But just in general, like, playing the game, when they announced this, I thought it was going to be like a big arena shooter thing, like where there's a bunch of people in a game mode, but it's a 3v3 and it runs like shit, and the 3v3 is
3v3 sucks. Apex is so bad.
I don't even know how to explain it to you without me sounding like I'm crazy, because it's kind of like somebody that had never played Rainbow Six Siege before explain what Rainbow Six Siege is to these developers, and then they just made an incredibly unfun version of that, because the game starts and it works in rounds. So at the beginning of the round, it's like, oh, you've got a minute to reinforce your base. The base is way too big for a 3v3. The reinforcement seems like a complete fucking waste of time, because people break through walls super easily and their base is so big you can't reinforce it all anyway. And then after 1 minute of just standing around with your dick in your hand waiting for the game to start, you run around with your two teammates on an incredibly cool looking map. Like, there's a bunch of maps on this that all look great, but they're completely fucking devoid of anything to do. You run around picking up loot, but it's almost as if the loot is locked to blue tier at the beginning, because you almost never find purples. I think I found a purple amulet thing in the few games that I played, but they're all blue guns. So you upgrade to your blue guns, there are enemies on the map, but the chances that you run into them in this section of the game is very low because how big the map is. And then something spawns that both teams go to pick up, and you have to pick up this item, this siege item, and take it to the enemy's base. And then it begins, if you get to do that and you get to interact with their base with this thing, the siege starts and you try to break into their base and plant bombs, and you do a set amount of damage per bomb you plant. If you don't plant one, you have like a health bar for your bases, like 100 and 100. And if you don't plant anything and then pull you back, you lose 30 and they lose 30, and then it starts again. And then the loot's upgraded to purple and repeat, and then the loot's upgraded to legendary, and it just feels like everybody sort of gets everything at roughly the same time, even if you didn't go and loot. So it doesn't really seem to make a difference, and it seems like it's also much better to mine things than it is to loot chests, because then you can buy what you want instead of trying to find it. It just honestly feels like this entire section of the game is unnecessary, and it's just padding out the game length, making it an incredibly unfun experience to then get to what is, you know, mildly fun with the actual siege that happens, either on offense or defense. It's a loop that is just completely devoid of fun. Seems almost completely pointless. And then you do the same thing again, but if you destroy all of them, you win. It's just not fun. Like, just flat out, like, the game is not very fun. They could have launched with the exact same game, but just with more stuff to do, less of these like rounds that you're not doing anything. It's hard to explain, because you literally are spending like 3, 4, 5 minutes at a time with no action. There's no minions on the map. There's no like PvE environmental dangers. There's no AI. You are literally doing nothing for minutes at a time. And then maybe you see somebody. Fights are very quick. TTK seems at the beginning relatively fast, like enjoyably fast, and then when people get legendary armor, not that fast at all. And then you have like an action-packed couple of minutes where you kill people, you can be revived, they stop revives at a certain point, so it's like you lose your life and then you're waiting for your teammates to die or win, and you're spending a lot of time in a game for very little action. Like, it's just the case. And it's interesting because usually a game launches and it either gets a bunch of hype and doesn't live up to that, or it doesn't get any hype, i.e. Concord, and it just dies out super quick. This game probably has the worst, you know, launch chart I've ever seen, because clearly what happened with High God...
More and more I'm understanding the New World was a bad game and that I'm just a sucker for repetition. I'm a sucker for repetition. I like chopping trees and pulling herbs and running around on a mount and, you know, killing mobs and going TCRs and stuff. I'm a sucker for repetition. And they knew it and they exploited me, but all they got out of me was $50. It seemed like a bad experiment, maybe, if you can't get more than $50 out of me. Or I don't know, I spent a little bit more than that. I think I spent like 80. It was like 80 bucks over what, 4 years, I think. That's like 20 bucks a year. That's not really that good for how much money they put into New World. And I'm beginning to understand how bad the game might have actually been for the industry. I liked liking it, and I can go play it right now. And sometimes I wonder what'll happen to those characters, you know? But no, I think after January, they don't have to worry about that anymore. They just file it away on some server data somewhere. And my character, 2,000 hours of my life is just stolen from me. I'll never trust Amazon Game Studios ever again. I play almost everything and it's a problem. Very hard for me to dedicate. Gotta learn not to fly into the building. It was gruesome though. I got 1 star for the helicopter crash, huh? No, they didn't come after me. You can hear the car alarms going off where the helicopter crashed into a car. Love Grand Theft Auto. It's going to be so much better with a better engine. It's going to be amazing.
Is the...
God, I want to play New World. God, I want to play Mortal. God, I want to play Eve. God, I want to play Rust. But they're all bad games. They're like all kind of bad games that I shouldn't have spent my time on. Like, I know they are. I have bad taste. My mother, she was like, why, you don't play games that are more famous to make more money? And I was like, yeah, I play Grand Theft Auto, I guess. World of Warcraft, but I don't care about those games. I told her, it's like, there's no accounting for bad taste. Just like how I don't like every meal that you make. I like most of the meals, but not every meal that you make, just because I have certain tastes and stuff. There's no accounting for bad taste. There just isn't. Everybody's playing Arc Raiders, and it's like, Arc Raiders is boring. How many times can you do a fucking extraction repetition before, I don't know, like, and then plus there's not enough maps. It needed like 3 times the maps it did. 5M got really big suddenly. Look, 5M got really big suddenly. There must be a Grand Theft Auto like RP Revolution. But it's not Rust. You can't chop trees. It's not New World. It's not that good. Nope. I don't know. What do I do now? Daily for Big Game Hunter. I've got to buy, or I got to find a honeybeast and a snallygaster. I know one place where I might see something like that. Alright, I came to the casino, even though I've been to the casino already. I was going to the stash. Why did I go here? Oh well, I'm down the street from where I need to be. I'll just take my motorcycle. I mean, this wasn't a bad thing. Whoa! Whatever I hit, I guess I hit my back wheel. God damn it, where's my fucking bike? I guess I'll stop at the ammunition because I don't really want to do a Shimosh Bunk request anymore. Did too many this year. Oops.
Get off the set. It's on, fam. Duck, duck. Gang green, bitch. All right. Cover, man. Fucking duck.
You ain't no gangster. What else? I think that's it. I'm gonna go to Once Human now. I don't want to play too much of this game. It'll burn me out to Grand Theft Auto 6, and I'm not going to. Yeah, take me back one more time. Whatever. Lords is selling for $10. just killed me. No, we're done here. I'm gonna log out now. Collect my money and leave. I did my safe, oh, I didn't do the car wash. Oops, no, I do need to do the car wash. Forgot. But I don't think I need to probably do a mission. Maybe. Yeah, I could do a bike delivery mission. I was supposed to do that, but I really don't care. I could just keep it logged in over and over again and just make my passive money that way, but I'm not in a race to beat Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm not, you know. I don't care about that. Let's see if there's a honey badger or something over here. It's a diseased Yaogwai. Damn, man, I'll just own that bitch. Yeah, right. Well, I don't know. Finding these mobs is something I might be able to do. I just don't know where I would find them. So let's move on to another one. Speak with the chief and with Toga. Ecological balance. Yeah, upload these. This is one I already did that I need to go finish. Upload the water data. Lort. Let's go look at the Steam game and player statistics. Let's look at the free games and make sure I'm not missing anything. Platformer Kiki, Rustler is free, get a free Steam key. Smart Factory Tycoon is free on Steam. Styx Master of Shadows and Styx are free at Epic. Grab Initial Drift, Grab Balloons, and free games with Amazon Luna, January 26th, which we already took a look at. It was Civ 6 and all those other games. I got a copy of 76. Been thinking about how I'd like to run 2 vendor machines to like try to pull in more caps, but you can't well, I guess I could dump caps, yeah. No, you can't dump caps, so I guess it's sort of like all it really is a mule. But they did give me a second copy of 76 on Luna. Or no, on Xbox. Well, Luna gave me a copy of Xbox 76. So now I can just download it whenever I want. And I could make a new character and meet my other character in game and have her dump plans on her. Just so, or well, weapons. More like weapons. Have her dump weapons into her stash. But I don't know. I don't care about the game that much. I don't care to play like that anymore. Even WoW used to make me play that way. I really don't care to play that way anymore. I just don't care to gain advantages by second accounts and stuff like that. It's not something I want to do anymore. It's so much work. Water, soil, air, soil, water, process the sensor data. I should cook something to eat for lunch. Because the time got past me, I'll be right back. Paneer, I guess? Let's wait today. We will have some paneer and some fruit. Vegan tikka masala is what I had yesterday. I will have... I have paneer, tikka masala. Let's have that. Paneer, tikka masala, and fruit. Yeah, seems good. juice. Just flavor it. Heavy Canada Dry. There we go. I'm gonna drop my Canada Dry. Olives before they go cheddar. I'm gonna have dinner, lunch soon. Well, if you're offering me a bet, I'll take it. Before grand opening, free games and stuff. Just make sure I don't miss anything else. Roboball, grab Wildgate for free at Epic Games. Daily free game on December 31st. I didn't. Did I get Chivalry 2? Yeah, I don't want to play it. It's too milsim. Something's changed for me. I'm like changing the way I look at things. It's weird. I didn't get the buff, did I? I don't care. Complete a daily op. Oh, I missed the damn hourly. Oh well. There's my lunch. I'm gonna go get it.
The game wasn't supposed to get this much hype, but because of the Game Awards trailer and where it was positioned, and you know how this was pushed, not really by the team but by Jeff and people on the internet wanting to see, you know, what was going to happen with it. This game has launched to a lot of interest very quickly because everyone was downloading it like, oh, I wonder if this is going to be a dumpster fire. I wonder, you know, I'm curious. And then it's fell off of a fucking cliff, like, immediately. And I think, obviously, it having tech issues is part of that problem. But I think just in general, this is one of those games where it feels like a AAA game. It's monetized like a AAA game. Like, a lot of people are complaining about the store being very expensive. They give you the first Battle Pass for free. And, like, the Battle Pass has super high quality cosmetics in it. You know, they're cool-looking cosmetic skins and things like that. But then it's like, oh, you want to buy a mount? Okay, that's like £15. It's like $20. Oh, you want to buy this thing, this skin? Oh, you know, you're looking at like $15, $20. Which, to be fair, is like, that's how most free-to-play games are monetized. In fact, this is probably relatively cheap compared to some of the free-to-play games out there. But still, I am against spending $20 on a skin in a video game in general, especially one that, you know, the game's not all that fun.
What's the difference between this and crooked-ass NFTs? I really don't see the difference.
but it is launched like a full AAA free-to-play experience. It feels AAA in all but the normal design of the game is just not fucking good. It's just not fun. That being said, I think if this came out of nowhere, a lot of people would probably play this and be like, oh, you know, it's cool. It doesn't do anything too crazy. It definitely needs some more time. But this is not even launched as an early access. This is like a full launch. This is not...
Launch, yeah.
You know, you can see here on the Steam page, this is not an early access game. This is just a launched game.
They're not giving any more content for a while.
I don't know, bro. It seems like there's like no content. It seems like there's almost nothing to do. Like, you can see a lot of the reviews here. I am conscious of the fact that a lot of reviews for this game are just going to be people that didn't play very much. So you're going to get like, oh, servers weren't working because there was a lot of people. You're going to get a lot of people having optimization concerns, this run so poorly? And that's why they're leaving a negative review. But in general, even if you look at people that have played and have played a decent amount, they're saying the same thing. The game's just kind of boring. It's just, you know, there's just not a lot to do in the game. It's a hero shooter where most of the heroes seem really lackluster, as if they didn't even need the abilities. Well, I think if this game had more players, obviously they need to fix the optimization first, because the optimization is fucking dreadful. But I think with how the game looks, a little bit of tuning to the guns to make them feel a little bit tighter, a little bit more responsive, and a different game mode with more players and just more stuff to do, and, you know, not fucking 5 minutes of doing nothing for 1 minute of combat. And this game, you know, it could find an audience. But the problem is always going to be when you have something like this, the FPS genre is so fucking saturated. There's so many like FPS games that have been around for so long that do what they do so well that people want to play year on year on year, that are constantly updating themselves, that it just feels kind of, you know, who asked for this? Who wanted?
Paneer tikka masala is $3. Fucking great meal. I'm completely full. No meats, no carbohydrates, just rice and tikka masala and paneer. So good. I love Trader Joe's meals. And the portion is even like healthy, because it's like, you know, it's like food that doesn't kill you. So the portion's good. It's not amazing, but it's good. So here we go.
A 3v3 massive map devoid of stuff to do hero shooter. Like, if this is what they're sticking with, I see no future for this game whatsoever. Like, if this is the vision, this is what they're going to continue doing. And the fact that this is a 1.0 launch and not early access, they don't even have that shield of like, oh, it's, you know, one mode of many, and we just launched with this to, you know, get players testing the core loop and how the combat feels and give us feedback and work on the optimization. The fact that this is the 1.0, like, oh, the game's done and then we're just going to add stuff on top later, doesn't give me any confidence at all in the future of this game, because again, it does look and it does feel AAA.
I swear to God, the Trader Joe's Reese's Peanut Butter Cups alternative is so much better. The chocolate's real. The peanut butter's real. And it reminds me of how Reese's Peanut Butter Cups used to taste when I was a kid. And they're like a fraction of the price. For like, you know, $1, you get like 2 peanut butter cups about the size of a $50. Maybe more, like $2 really. Probably $1.50, something like that. And these things are they're like $4.99. It's like $5.50 with tax or whatever. For $5.50, you get like 30 peanut butter cups or something like that. And after 2 of them, you've had like one of those Reese's peanut butter cups that are the size of a $50. So after like 4 of these little Reese's peanut butter cups, you have like 30 left, 30 more to eat. But if you buy from Reese's, you spend like $2. You get like 1/10 of the product, and it's a lot more fatty and worse for you with preservatives and stuff in it.
but there's almost...
I like the grocery model so much more than the fast food model. It's way better to buy like these homemade, not homemade at all, but these like, bakery-made peanut butter cups that aren't like goddamn economic murder and fat murder. They make you fat. For no reason. There's so many shitty preservatives in Reese's peanut butter cups that make you fatter for no reason. You can read the label and you'll see it. I love Reese's peanut butter cups. They're like one of the most slovenly, slobbish things that I'll give into, but I fucking love me a Reese's peanut butter cup because it's so good. But these Trader Joe's ones, I don't ever want to buy another Reese's ever again. The Trader Joe's one is just better. We didn't have Trader Joe's in Denver until like 2010, something like that. And it sucked. It's become a way of life for me. It in the Winco. Something wrong, kitty? Oh, are you outside? Oh no, you want to go outside. I don't know, kitty. It's kind of cold. But okay, you want to go outside? I'll let you out. You've already been out once today. It was some mixed signals. Hey, you go out there, all right. Come back in a couple of hours, love. You stay out there. She gets too restless in the winter. Okay, so Fort Defiance. I'm going to the top for two things. I'm turning in a Scorched Beast thing around the corner, and then I'm going all the way to the top floor because there's a magazine and a bobblehead up there that I want to memorize where they are. And I should come to Fort Defiance like every day, but I don't. Because the bobblehead and magazine are really easy. They're not that easy. You have to go all the way to the top, and it's kind of annoying. Yeah, like, where's my turn in here? It's... Oh, there. So, it sounds like the magazine and bobblehead are close. But they're actually on, like, the 6th floor. But they're just right above my head right now. And it's, like, coming through the audio just barely. And it makes it sound like it's close to you. But they're actually really, really not. They're like up through an elevator, like 6 floors up. Put the Scorched Beast stuff in the thing. Read Scribegrams, put DNA in the... Oh yes, on the 4th level. There's a magazine and a bobblehead here. You can hear them. First one's... I don't know. Will you auto-hack this thing? This might be easier than lock. Let's just take a couple of free range. Like... Nice, see? Easier than lock. Maybe about the same, really. But I want the terminal more. Ooh, mini nukes. Those are always worth it. Yeah, Fort Defiance is so much loot for no reason, really. It's like pretty much an empty building. There's like 10 scorched in here or something, but it's... Yeah, it's not an empty building. There is some challenging scorched here, but it's not that hard to get up here, and there's so much loot to pick up. The bobblehead is... Is this the terminal? No, that's not the terminal. The terminal's over here. I think the bobblehead's in this room. Okay, then we go back and we put the Scorched Beast DNA in the centrifuge now. Missiles are good too. Yeah, Fort Defiance is a good source of stuff. I would have liked to have been at the head of the 76th revolution and been there like day one. But I was on the streets doing drugs. You know, it's a regret. There it is. Guns and Bullet 9. Plasma, the weapon of tomorrow. I guess somebody did snag the bobblehead. It's gone, but there usually is a bobblehead spawn up here, or maybe it just didn't spawn. It's entirely random. Each cell spawn is different. So at least we got the magazine. Magazine's good. I'm gonna go downstairs. I want to get to do this faster but this is like a new thing to me, like exploring Fort Defiance. Go back to the basement. Now we don't get the alert that the bobblehead's here anymore. Or the magazine. The centrifuge itself. Oh, that's in a different building, is it? Oh, yeah, it totally is, huh? So... where does this want me to go? I can't remember. Oh, yeah, you go back to... I'm not in the college, am I? I'm in Fort Defiance, yeah, so... I like the music at the college. It's always peaceful. I'm gonna turn it on.
Almost no game there, and it's certainly not a game that's going to have tens of thousands of players.
Yeah, they think these arcade games are gonna fucking keep millions of people like mollified, and they aren't.
Tons of people in queue all.
I like Arc Raiders, but to me it's like an arcade popcorny shooter that really might have some depth after like 5 or 10 years, and it's a good game, but I don't think it can mollify the masses for like 10 years. I don't think it's got a good enough meaty core. It needed building or bases or like shipbuilding or something. It's too arcadey. Just like Escape from Tarkov. What's the point of doing all those extractions if you don't actually get to stand around inside of a base and look at the stuff that you got? That's a really bad problem with their game loops. Even Mortal is superior to them in that respect. I'm sick of getting ganked in Fab, and I think I might try Mortal again. I'm thinking about doing it today. I don't know. We'll think about it. Once Human's pretty good and it's free. I don't like that Mortal charges money, but I mean, I get it. It's trying to be an MMO. I'll turn on the music now. It's so annoying.
All day, every day, get in a week or two. There's just no game there. Nobody asked for this, and it might seem harsh, but realistically, that's just the case. Like, this is gonna be the game that everyone's laughing at. Oh, you know, fucking iGod came out. It's another Concord. This game is leaps and bounds ahead of Concord. I played Concord. You know, I was one of the handful of people that bothered to play Concord and didn't just jump on the wagon.
Didn't play Concord.
That game was totally devoid of any fucking positivity at all. Like the game was bad. Art. There was no hope for that game, no matter what they did with it.
In the safe. Nice.
The shooting was bad.
I am up to 130 grand per hour, or sorry, per like 4 hours in Grand Theft Auto. I don't need to play this game anymore. I'm gonna be able to buy the mansion and all that stuff, the casino, penthouse apartment, all that stuff. It took me learning and playing the game, but I mean, I got it all. I'm gonna get it. Here's me putting 130 grand, like I said, 128,830 into my bank account. I don't have to do shit. I can log now and come back in 4 hours and I'll have the same thing again. Might need to switch to DJ at the nightclub occasionally. I might need to do a car wash mission here. We'll see. The bunker might have a lot of money now, and I might actually should maybe take a look at the truck mission. The heat's kind of high on the car wash to the point where I think I should just do a mission and get it done. 2 or 3 more missions isn't a bad idea. I don't mind. Got the rest of the evening to play Once Human. Centrifuge. I like the Joker gun for these. Reminds me of Batman when Joker pulls out that huge thing. Like, look at the size of the barrel on this gun. It's literally like a foot long. Mine's bigger. And Yeah, like it's like the Joker gun when he pulls out and shoots Batman down out of the fucking Batmobile. Nice, 100 caps there, 15 grand. Nearby, we have attend the fraternity party at Morgantown. I've never done that before. That's just a miscellaneous quest. Okay. Oh, this is the frat party for maybe I can finally get that plan for, or what is it called? Distilleries. I haven't done distilling yet, and I like alcohol in 76 because there's a lot of weeklies and dailies based around it.
Game modes were bad, the characters looked bad, it was just not a good game. This thing, still a million miles away, but you know, they could do something with it. They just need to figure out how to make playing the game fun, like have a fun game mode with more players in it, because that's what I thought it was going to be. I didn't know it was going to be a fucking 3-on-3 game, because if it was, I wouldn't have even tried it in the first place. And I guess that's where they're getting a lot of their negative reviews. Optimization, people expecting something from the trailer that it absolutely was never going to be, and the fact that it's just not that fun to play. Some people are going to enjoy this and going to be like, oh, Kiri, you don't know what you're talking about, this is the greatest game ever. In fact, this game saved my nan when she fell over in the street and the car was going to hit her. In fact, this game is my dad. Like, some people are going to feel that way, but realistically, you'll see in a week or two the numbers for this game are going to be really not good, because there's just not enough there, guys. I can say this another 50,000 times, but I think we'll leave it there. It's obviously getting massive amounts of negative reviews and will continue to do so, which will harm the game in the medium to long term. And I think this is one of those cases where marketing has certainly hurt this one. I will say though, because this is always relevant, they got enough players eyeballs on the game that if the game was really good, the bad marketing would have been great.
He bought my quad pipe.
All those people would have been like,
there's 5,000 caps. Oh yeah, buy my quad pipe. Oh yeah, Pyro Punch, buy my shit. Yeah, buy my shit. Oh yeah, I just made 5,000, 7,000 caps in a second or something. Oh no, 15,498. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's registering, but yeah, didn't I have like, I don't know. Yeah, I thought I already had 15,000 caps. Didn't you just buy my quad or whatever? Oh well. Do I have to kill Scorched? Ooh, I did have to kill Yogwise, which is good. What is that? Did I deposit? No, I got more money. If I wanted money, I could just sit down and gamble at the casino drunk on a Sunday night or something and probably make like $1 million. There's not really anything in this game I need. It's a good game. I love this game, but it, you know, it's got me on that end game MMO grind that I don't really appreciate that much, because it doesn't really translate directly to my power getting stronger. I stopped playing Mortal in what, like December? Yeah, or was it December? I think it was November. Yeah, it was November 27th. I cut off my sub. And I was like, in 2 or 3 months, I might return and try to resurrect my house or something. But I don't know. For $30, I could sub to Mortal with both of my accounts, and I could give the... Oh, no, my other account... Oh, yeah, my other account's house is gone. No, I don't care about that house. I stripped all of the loot out of it, every last bit out of it. Except for the boxes, I guess. I should have saved the boxes. Those are actually kind of expensive. I don't know why I didn't pull the boxes. I didn't think about that. Having a premier like house by Fab like that is really, really nice, but I also don't think it's any different from living in Fab. What's the difference? Especially now that they improved the bank, so it has storage finally. So what's the fucking difference between a house and living in Fab? There isn't. So, but I wouldn't mind having a house right outside the graveyard at Toxai, where I could just go in and level like elemental magic skill and probably, or well, it'll be bow. Bow's a lot better than magic is in that game. Where is it? What the hell? Oh, Nuka Shine label, huh? Oh, drink a bottle of Nuka Shine. Experience the effects of Nuka Shine. Investigate what the party goers were drinking. God damn it, every time I go into a fucking thing, you attack me. Can't really hear the magazine correctly unless you're in first person mode, which is weird. And there's a mod that fixes that because it's all just some setting in there, fucking I. I don't know where this magazine is. It would be very hard to see it now. Under the table or something. It feels like it's right here, but I don't see it. Ah! There you are. Clear out the party crashers. Investigate the party what the party crashers were drinking. Oh my god. Get out. I know there was not a mob here. I just looked. God damn it. You are so annoying. Every time I touch this computer, another thing spawns. Get the fuck out of here. You are so annoying. What? Where am I going? What did you do, piece of shit? Where am I? Where did you go? Did you kick me out or whatever? What happened here? Why am I home? Or no, I'm not home. Where the fuck am I? Oh, it's the quest. Oh, I like passed out and I woke up somewhere else. What now? Why did I wake up in the swamp? I like this mission. It's funny.
Oh, actually, this game's sick. We've played it now. It's going to do super well. It's out there, and the reviews will be good. Some people are going to say, you know, this was the popular game to hate on, and that's why it's going to get killed if the game doesn't do well. But realistically, if the game was good, people wouldn't be doing that. They'd be playing it, enjoying the game, and the game would just go up in player base or, you know, maintain player base and do super well. This is like a combination of all the bad factors that kill a live service game super quickly. Like, this is not another Concorde, but it could fail just as quickly as a Concorde, just based on all those factors. But either way, that's it. Hopefully they figure it out, because I don't want to see this go to waste, because honestly the game does look and feel really premium. It's just a matter of the game modes being fucking absolute ass. But there we go. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. Join Discord, suggest content you want to see me cover. Check out Gamer Subs, and Oni's walking around. He wants me to give him a million cat treats like always, otherwise he's just gonna start screaming as soon as I start recording the video. But there we go. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
Americans don't like what they're seeing right now.
We do not have evidence that he was waving a gun, doing anything to threaten Border Patrol. He had his phone.
You know, we believe in federalism and state rights, and nobody likes feds coming into their state. And so what's the goal right
Then
now?
why
Is it
are
to
you sending
deport
ICE?
every single non-U.S. citizen? I don't think that's what Americans want.
This situation's only going to get worse, and I really think that there are so many cities in the United States that have issues with criminal illegals that I think they would be better received in other cities. And I hope that's something they're talking about doing right now, because, you know, Minneapolis isn't the only city.
Everyone needs to de-escalate. Everyone needs to offer a little bit of diplomacy, because we cannot have this on repeat. It is politically disastrous for the president, and also not the kind of civil society we need to live in.
Right now, there's tempers are just going crazy, and we need to calm this down.
If you have a police department that's not accountable, or a law enforcement agency that's not accountable, that basically is the Gestapo. That is the secret police.
You turn
that
around
is the
again,
SS.
Zach. How many times are you gonna spin?
No, your ears are not deceiving you, actually. You did just hear fascist lawmakers, as well as some prominent regime propagandists, condemn the Gestapo's ongoing terrorism in Minneapolis. It was a tepid condemnation, but a condemnation nonetheless. And these said condemnations are occurring after the ICE Gestapo just executed another U.S. citizen in broad daylight. This time it was 37-year-old Alex Preddy. Now, as you all know, this is the second public execution that they've committed just in the last month, but bear in mind they've also committed other executions that we didn't witness. 43-year-old Keith Porter Jr. was murdered by an off-duty ICE Nazi on New Year's Eve. 55-year-old Geraldo Lunas Campos was strangled to death at a concentration camp in Texas by a prison guard. And aside from these more high-profile murders, 5 other human beings have been killed at the hands of Trump's Gestapo. In addition to these 9 murders, they've also inflicted injuries on countless people, including the elderly and babies, like we're talking actual infants that are 6 months old, and they've been trampling on the Constitution by breaking down people's doors to hunt down immigrants and racially profiling people. So naturally, this tyranny has heightened tensions in the country to the point where there is a legitimate concern of a civil war occurring or a potential insurgency breaking out. And as much as fascists would love to see black and brown people tortured, some are seemingly starting to tone down the bravado now that they're realizing that the Gestapo has no qualms murdering people that look like them too, i.e. white people who legally own firearms. So after being uncomfortable with the world that they thought they wanted, some of them are now starting to tuck their tails between their legs, and they're calling for peace. For example, the editorial board of the right-wing New York Post is explicitly calling on Trump to de-escalate. Republican governors like Phil Scott of Virginia are calling for the pause of Operation Metro Surge in Minneapolis. You have GOP senators issuing statements pretending to care about Alex Preddy's execution, and even Trump's biggest dick riders like James Comer are now trying to desperately get President Neckpussy to understand that the situation in Minneapolis really is untenable. And as you're going to see, James Comer is going to try to get Trump to think that he's actually owning the libs by pulling ICE out of Minneapolis. Just watch this shit.
If I were President Trump, I would almost think about, okay, if the mayor and the governor are going to put our ICE officials in harm's way, and there's a chance of losing more, innocent lives or whatever, then maybe go to another city and let the people of Minneapolis decide, do we want to continue to have all of these?
Fallout 76, wasted on Nuka Shine, solve the riddle. How do I solve the riddle? Etta Psy House in Morgantown. Large brick fraternity house with blue doors and pillars. Okay. In Morgantown. Blue doors and pillars. Red door. Red door. Yeah, there was all these menacing dudes here, and I was totally just sitting here. I don't know where this is. Maybe it's down the road in the town. Bookstore. House with blue doors. Am I full? Damn, I'm gonna get full so quick. 357, son of a bitch. You won't let me, huh? I think I just went to this place, didn't I? Will you let me put something down? I don't think this guy's ever subbed. Which is kind of funny. But he spent time building for some reason. Which I don't understand. Maybe just to see the system. Maybe he likes Rust more or something. Okay, well, at least I can run again. So... Oh, Fraternity Row. There we go. I'm supposed to go to Fraternity Row, I think, actually. Okay, Fraternity Row. There's Red Doors, Morgantown High School. So across the street, you have the high school. And then Fraternity Row. Yeah, Fraternity Row. There it is. This is supposed to look crazy, but it doesn't. Oh no, the quad pipe pistol I put up for just its own cost. I guess a gift to somebody. Go to the basement. Oh, I hear a magazine. Wow, that's a lot of Nuka-Cola. Like every assortment. There you are. This is a really loot-rich place. he lose? I don't like this quest. It's not working the way it's supposed to. Big Owl's Tattoo Parlor. You took me to the wrong place.
These illegals, are we going to allow our governor, attorney general, and mayor to get away with this? And I think the people of Minnesota would rebel against their leadership.
That clip really signifies just how desperate they are. And let me see if I get this straight. So it's a win for Trump if you give the people of Minneapolis exactly what they've been demanding for weeks. They're going to rebel against Democratic leadership. Okay, let's go with that plan. Let's own the libs by giving protesters what they want. I like that idea. But let me just translate for you what he's saying. Mr. President, please make it all stop. I don't want to be viewed as a figurehead for your regime. If Civil War II or American Revolution Part 2 Electric Boogaloo kicks off, please, I'm too fragile for that sort of situation. But he's not alone, because leading candidates in the GOP primary for Minnesota's gubernatorial race, Chris Madel, for example, announced that he is ending his campaign since he does not want to be associated with any of the bullshit that's coming out of the Republican Party. Like, the tyranny to him is a bridge too far, and for whatever reason, he's chosen to draw the line right now.
Today, I announced the end of my campaign. I have two primary reasons for this decision. I cannot support the National Republican's stated retribution on the citizens of our state, nor can I count myself a member of a party that would do so. United States citizens, particularly those of color, live in fear. United States citizens are carrying papers to prove their citizenship. That's wrong. ICE has authorized its agents to raid homes using a civil warrant that need only be signed by a Border Patrol agent. That's unconstitutional and it's wrong. And I have read about and I have spoken to countless United States citizens who have been detained in Minnesota due to the color of their skin. At the end of the day, I have to look my daughters in the eye and tell them I believe I did what was right. And I am doing that today.
As shocking as it is to see that, please don't assume that this Republican grew a heart, because I can assure you that's not the case. In fact, he slobs on Trump's knob for minutes throughout this video, and he admits that he gave legal counsel to Jonathan Ross, the ICE terrorist who murdered Renee Good. So this is not a good person, even though he wants you to think that he's doing this because he's a good person. I think that the real reason why he's bowing out is because, like James Comer, he's also terrified. See, the Trump regime's over-the-top blatant disregard for the rule of law and U.S. Constitution is very clearly breeding resistance. The public will only let you subvert constitutional norms in a more covert, insidious way over time. They're not going to be able to digest explicit violations of their civil liberties. They're not going to just stand by and watch you execute people in broad daylight. More savvy Republicans have learned over the years that you never throw frogs in a pot of boiling water. You turn up the temperature slowly so that way they don't realize that you're fucking them over. See, it's also much easier to sell the disenfranchisement of people of color with dog whistles and subtle fear-mongering as opposed to Jim Crow-era racial profiling that we can all see. They're also breaking down people's doors, so, you know, that's a little startling to people. So don't get it twisted. This guy supports everything that Trump is doing. He is a Republican, after all. He just would prefer that the Trump regime be a little bit less conspicuous and more subtle so as to not trigger the wrath of the masses. He's basically like a moderate Democrat for all intents and purposes. And there are signs that the Trump regime is actually getting that message too. I say this because even though the usual suspects like Stephen Miller, Greg Bovino, Kristi Noem, they all wasted no time smearing Alex Preddy by lying about his assassination in the same way that they lied about Renee Good's assassination, Trump is very clearly not so subtly starting to change his tune as well. In a brief interview with the Wall Street Journal, he signaled that he would withdraw his Gestapo from Minneapolis at some point in an attempt to obviously calm the fury that he sparked, and this may be the result of requests from the ICE Nazis themselves, because journalist Bill Malugin has sources from within the Gestapo that tell him that they actually feel really uneasy and frustrated with the rhetoric from the Trump regime, because they say that statements from DHS officials like Kristi Noem are hurting their image and damaging morale, and even though they definitely do support doing Nazi shit and want to do Nazi shit, they'd prefer less chest beating from the likes of Stephen Miller and whatnot, because it's really pissing off too many people and making their jobs a lot more difficult. They also don't like how ICE is being blamed for some of the actions of Border Patrol, and I actually do think that that's a really great point, because Border Patrol agents are in lockstep with ICE, and they're also modern day Nazis as well for all intents and purposes. So I do think that we need to recognize that they too need to be abolished, and every single Border Patrol agent should also be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law as well. So let's not forget about them. But to go back to the issue at hand, it seems like for the first time since their surge in Minneapolis, Trump is finally starting to crack. On Monday evening, we learned that Greg Bovino, commander of the SS Gestapo, had been removed from his position. But on top of that, Trump is also making nice with Democratic Party politicians. For example, he tweeted about a call that he had with Governor Tim Walz that went really well, apparently, and signaled his intent to work with Tim Walz. He also announced that he's sending Tom Homan, aka fascist Elmer Fudd, to Minnesota, which is being perceived as him benching Kristi Noem. And even though the regime spokesperson, Caroline Live, see what I did there, is denying that he's lost confidence in Kristi Noem and that this definitely isn't a sign of that, his own propaganda network thinks that this is the Trump regime's way of signaling to Minnesota that they want to turn down the temperature, since Homan is ostensibly a moderate compared to Kristi Noem. Just listen to what they say.
There's been a civil war within the administration between people like Tom Homan, who want to keep immigration an 80-20 issue and who want to go into these cities and take out the most hardened criminals, the child rapists, the murderers, the ones who are already in the system, who shouldn't be shielded by someone like Tim Walz, who's desperate to change the narrative.
People were promised.
And then you have people like Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, who want to make this an 80-20 issue, and that they want to deport 80% of the people who are in this country illegally. That's a political win for people like Jacob Fry and Tim Walz, because they get to say, look at the Gestapo. You know, they're arresting 5-year-olds and gardeners.
He is sending Tom Homan to Minnesota tonight, today.
Good.
I'm on the part that says... Oh, never mind. Might have all of that. I'm on find the supply room password. What do I do? How would you ever know to do this stupid crap? You would never know. It's so non-intuitive. I hate it. Why do you guys do this stupid shit? It's a high quality quest because it's non-intuitive, I suppose. But the public would never know what to do. The public would never pass this test. They just won't, you know? It's like so non-intuitive. How would they ever know to go back to the Psi Beta house? How would they ever know? Stumble around the town for 5 hours? That's really what you want them to do? It is, and I hate it. I don't like this one, but at least I'll have, I'll be able to brew drinks after this, which is a cool thing. It's like kind of an unlock quest. It is kind of an attunement quest, and that's alright. I understand that it's supposed to be annoying, I guess.
Decision as well, and Tom Homan, based on the reporting, has been saying, guys, we should go after the worst of the worst. This is a problem. Also, I think that law enforcement, through their signals, are telling people like Bill Malugin, this is becoming a problem for us. Our safety is at risk because it's ginning people up by saying that we are doing things that we are not doing. Tom Homan has been saying, let's get in there, let me help. So by the president making that action today, as I said, he knows it's unsustainable. He's doing something different today.
You know what I look for Tom Homan to do? I think he's going to meet with the mayor and governor, and I think he can come in. On first glance, you're like, well, he's just a Trump guy. Well, not really. He was just big on the border, and for Barack Obama to give him an award for what his incredible work he did with Jay Johnson, and I think he has bipartisan credibility. And also, I didn't see him for a week or two, you know he wasn't buying into what was happening. And there's been friction between the Kristi Noem people and Tom Homan for a while, but he will not go public, and nor do they want to be fighting in public.
Well, that's the other thing, is that they're sniping behind the scenes, and the president is now saying, I am sending Tom Homan to Minneapolis. So everybody get in line.
So they're trying to communicate to the country that Trump is actually listening to the public. And you know, it's not really him, it's one of his underlings. It's Kristi Noem. And by sidelining Kristi Noem and bringing in a more moderate voice, he's trying to cool tensions. He's listening. Isn't he democratic and definitely not a dictator? Now, I think that what he's doing is very clearly an attempt to placate people now that, you know, shit's getting more serious. But I can assure you that Tom Homan is not a fucking moderate. The new boss is identical to the old boss. Sure, Tom Homan might seem more bipartisan since it was actually President Obama who made him ICE's Executive Associate Director of Enforcement and Removal Operations, and actually Obama even gave him a medal back in 2015 to reward him for all of the deportations that he did. But I can assure you this man is no moderate. Even under Obama, the year before he got the medal precisely, Tom Homan was pitching child separation, the very policy that Trump would go on to adopt in his first term. So he is as extreme as Kristi Noem. The difference between him and Tom Homan is that Democrats are a little bit more willing to collaborate with a fascist like him because he makes them a tiny bit more comfortable. But I mean, at the end of the day, this is a distinction without a difference. Tom Homan has spent the last year threatening to invade cities and arrest Democratic politicians who get in the way. So even though I do think that his deployment to Minnesota is a gesture from Trump to show something, it's effectively a meaningless gesture. And to be clear, Tim Walz has been showing his belly to Trump since the beginning of the Gestapo's occupation of his state, so I can't imagine that that pathetic coward of a governor said anything that was different this time. So the question is, what changed? Why is the Trump regime just suddenly trying to be more reasonable? Why are they trying to at least make you think that him and his cronies are backing down? And I think that there's a number of things that could explain this sudden shift. Maybe they were able to empathize with Alex Preddy a little bit more than they could with someone like Renee Good or Keith Porter, because Alex Preddy is a white man who appreciated the Second Amendment much like them. That's possible, but I think that's probably unlikely since, you know, the Trump regime and Republicans in general, they don't ever change their minds about anything policy related unless it affects them personally, so that's probably not what's at play here. Another possibility is that oligarchs close to Trump are trying to get him to tone it down because people sheltering in place to avoid ICE terrorism might actually be hurting their businesses, not just in Minneapolis, but across the country where you see really heavy ICE presence. On top of that, I would imagine that oligarchs would prefer to not see so much political instability and chaos in the streets and mass mobilization whenever they leave their mansions, because again, they have all the money in the world, but like, what's the point if you live in a country that's going to shit? You know, maybe that's a factor, but I have a theory, a main theory, and I wanna just let this marinate a little bit. I actually think that this is a sign that Trump is scared shitless. And I think that's the case because when European leaders finally stood up to him in unison over his threats to annex Greenland, guess what he did? He backed off, at least for now. And when Americans took to the streets in his first term after he implemented Hellman's child separation policy, guess what he did? He backed down then too. And now that Minneapolis is rising up in huge numbers and he's noticing, guess what he's doing? He's starting to back down. And even though they're literally murdering people in the streets of Minneapolis, the people aren't deterred one bit. If anything, more people are getting politically mobilized now than ever before, proving that they're not going to be intimidated by these Nazi thugs. But I don't think that public pressure alone is the only factor here. I think that it's the kind of public pressure that Trump is more fearful about. The day before Alex Preddy's assassination, more than 75,000 Minnesotans took to the streets in sub-zero weather, and they shut Minneapolis down, demanding that the ICE Gestapo leave their city immediately. And the organizers claimed that hundreds of thousands of people across the state participated in their statewide general strike, with over 700 businesses across the state closing down. And if you're wondering whether or not the powers that be got the message, yeah, I think that they did, because as ABC News reports, 60 different CEOs of Minnesota-based companies, some of which supported Trump, mind you, issued a statement calling for de-escalation. We're talking about the big dogs here: Best Buy, Target, United Health, Blue Cross Blue Shield, US Bank Corp, 3M, you name it. All of them signed onto this open statement calling for calm in a time of tumultuous politics. But the statement itself is typical corpo speak bullshit. They don't even name Alex Preddy and cowardly refer to his assassination as yesterday's tragic news. But this is their way of telling all of us, oh my God, please, 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 please don't do what you did on January 23rd. Please don't do a prolonged nationwide general strike. We hear you, because we saw what you did and we felt that shit. At least that's how I interpreted this statement. Maybe that's wishful thinking. Perhaps Preddy's murder really was the straw that broke the camel's back for them, but it's just a little hard to believe that ICE's 9th murder is what prompted them to finally say something. I think that the more likely explanation is that they realize Americans are really starting to connect the dots here and see that a general strike could fuck up a lot of things for them. People are finally starting to communicate to Trump and the oligarchs in a language that they understand, which is money. And Trump is probably too stupid to understand this, but I'm sure that one of his cronies told him that Americans could bring him and every other oligarch to their knees if Americans do what they did in Minneapolis, but across the country. And it's not just Trump who sees this. Democrats see it too, as evidenced by the fact that Senate Democrats all of a sudden are signaling their intent to fight back and even shut down the government again if necessary in order to get some accountability measures for ICE in their upcoming appropriations bill, including an end to roving ICE patrols, arrest quotas, and face masks, as well as a requirement for actual warrants before trespassing and an independent investigation into the murders that they've committed in Minneapolis and across the country. In other words, they know too. Democrats as well as Republicans and Trump all know how powerful a general strike would be. But look, maybe it is the case that Alex Preddy's murder really was the final straw. That video was horrific. That's possible. But let's not pretend like they don't see Americans openly talking about a general strike, especially after how successful it was in Minneapolis. And I think that a lot of them see that and they're genuinely shaken by this, because that is a real threat to power. They know that Americans are going to tolerate only so much shit before shit hits the fan, before they bust out the pitchforks or they hit them where it really hurts. And in order to prevent people from doing a real general strike across the country, they're trying to change things up. Even Democrats are promising to finally fight. Sure, I'm sure that's going to happen. But like, it just goes to show you how powerful the threat is. Now again, it is entirely possible that the last month has taken me to such a dark place, mentally speaking, that my brain is putting me in like copium overdrive and sending me natural hopium inducing chemicals as a survival mechanism because I can't take any more dread. But I really do feel like that's not the case and that this isn't a mirage, and that it actually does seem like the cracks are starting to form. And if that's the case, then the lesson obviously for today's video is that we very much still do have leverage, and regardless of the regime's feigned acquiescence and political theater to try to placate us, that doesn't change the fact that they really have pushed us too fucking far this time. There's no easing tensions at this point. They've pushed us past our breaking points, and they're only slamming on the brakes now that they're starting to see us fight back. So I say, fuck them. We should go ahead with the national general strike. We should grind this entire bitch to a halt. Bring every corporate collaborator and puppet politician to their motherfucking knees until we get everything that we want. No more fascism, Trump's resignation, the abolition of ICE, Medicare for all, everything that we want. Because politicians, they're not going to willingly give us what we want. I think we've learned that by this point. We have